Chapter 521. End. From afar, all the experts were dumbstruck as they stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before them. Suppressing Yulei with his palm, punching Imo Sun with his fist, stepping on Lei Jiuxiao with his foot, fighting one against three, and even showing signs of suppressing them. Was this Qin Feng still human? What did this guy obtain in the third layer? Everyone's eyes burned with excitement. Qin Feng's strength had increased so much, it must be related to the treasures in the third layer. Some of them looked at each other before nodding and taking a step forward, preparing to attack. If you want to make a move, you'll have to pass through me first. Zhou Imo stood in front of them, spirit energy surging from his body. Everyone's expressions became solemn. Although they knew that Zhou Imo was very strong, none of them retreated. Those who could enter the second layer all had some skill. However, just as they were about to attack, Qin Feng suddenly smiled and said, "Zhou Imo, you don't need to take action to deal with these guys. I alone am enough." "Humph, what shameless boasting." Yulei sneered. Although he was shocked by Qin Feng's rapid increase in strength, the three of them had all absorbed a lot of exotic, desolate world energy, and their strength had also increased. No matter how strong Qin Feng was, it would be difficult for him to win against the three of them. Do you think that just because you barely broke through to the half-step 9th layer heavenly realm, you're invincible? I don't believe that you'll be able to show your might in front of the three of us today. Saying so, the three of them simultaneously erupted with even stronger spirit energies and attacked Qin Feng. Qin Feng's figure slightly trembled, but there was still a sneer on his face. In the next moment, an even more violent spiritual energy swept out from his body, and it almost destroyed the spiritual energy of the three people as easily as breaking dry branches. Then his hands, fists, and feet came into contact with the three's bodies. Pucci. The three were sent flying at the same time, coughing up blood as they stared at Qin Feng in disbelief, half-step peak. With the exception of Zhou Imo, everyone present was dumbfounded. Qin Feng had actually reached the peak of the half-step 9th stage heavenly realm and defeated Yulei, Imo Sun, and Lei Jiuxiao in a single move. Just what kind of heaven-defying, fortuitous encounter did this fellow obtain on the third level? Many people were envious, but their gazes became even more serious. After sending the three of them flying, Qin Feng withdrew his attack and shook his head, saying, "The current you guys are too weak in our eyes. Who else wants to fight? Come at me together." Qin Feng stood in the air with one hand behind his back. His expression was indifferent and calm. His robe fluttered in the wind, and spiritual energy roared around him, releasing an extremely strong sense of oppression. For a time, the surroundings were silent. At this moment, Qin Feng actually gave them the feeling of a mountain pressing down on their heads. This guy, looking at Qin Feng, who was facing so many masters alone without batting an eyelid, Ai, Tianxing, and Lu and looked at each other and smiled bitterly. At that time, they could still compete with Qin Feng, and their strength was almost the same, but now they had been left far behind by Qin Feng. Each of them defeated three young masters with a single move. Just based on this point alone, they couldn't do it. They're all half-step peak, but how can this guy be so strong? Not far away, Yi Wu and Xiao Ni's eyes flickered. Qin Feng's strength was beyond their expectations. "He seems to have touched upon the strength of our realm," Xiao Ni said in a serious tone. Yi Wu nodded. After the baptism of the exotic desolate world energy, people like Imo Sun and Yulei had already reached half-step peak, and even the weakest of them were close to it. They didn't rely on the accumulation of years, and each of them had excellent talent. Unless it was someone at the 9th stage heavenly realm, it was almost impossible to crush the three of them. However, Qin Feng had done it. This could only mean that his spirit energy had not crossed the threshold of heavenly, but his strength had already touched upon it. This was a bit shocking. Although half-step heavenly realm and 9th stage heavenly realm were only half a step apart, the gap between them was like a chasm between heaven and earth. Since ancient times, no one had been able to fight below this realm. At least, they knew that no one had been able to do so and there were no records of this. It could be said that the ninth stage heavenly realm was the boundary between the strong and the weak, a watershed in the cultivation world. In everyone's knowledge, it was impossible to fight below this realm. Even someone as conceited as Yi Wu and Xiao Ni believed that if they fought a real ninth stage heavenly realm master at half-step peak, the one who would die would definitely be them. Qin Feng, at half-step peak, had the strength of a ninth stage heavenly realm master. This was indeed terrifying. Mo Sun and the others were stunned, unable to accept all of this. Had Qin Feng really left them far behind? Before entering Heavenly Secret Pavilion, they believed that they were only slightly weaker than Qin Feng, but now, the three of them couldn't even block a single blow from him. Who else covets my treasures? Qin Feng glanced around. The current him had absolute confidence in facing these masters without fear of being besieged. Of course, the premise was that Yi Wu and Xiao and I didn't take action. Everyone looked at each other, the dread in their eyes gradually disappearing under the temptation. Qin Feng being able to become so strong meant that he had obtained some benefits in the third layer. If they could also get a share of those benefits, it would definitely be a great boost to their combat strength. Everyone, don't be afraid of him. He hasn't even reached the ninth stage heavenly realm. Do you think we can't defeat him if we join forces? Someone said. That's right. Qin Feng wasn't at the ninth stage heavenly realm. With so many of them joining forces, how could they not be his opponent? Driven by this mentality, many people had a fierce look in their eyes. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk suddenly, a spirit energy fluctuation not weaker than Qin Feng's erupted. Zhou Mo stood beside him, forming a powerful pressure. She looked around and didn't say anything, but she had already made her position clear. Zhou Mo has also reached half-step peak. Many people's eyes began to flicker. Among these people, the ones with the biggest changes were Qin Feng and Zhou Mo, because these two were the only two who hadn't reached half-step ninth stage heavenly realm in Yin City's guild finals. Now that both of them had entered the third layer, and she had also broken through to half-step peak, it was likely that her strength wasn't any weaker than Qin Feng's. Against Qin Feng, they were confident, but with Zhou Mo joining in, the situation would be difficult to control. If you want to deal with Mo, you'll have to pass through my Zhou family first. Zhou Mo stood beside Zhou Xianwu with a few Zhou family disciples. At the same time, Song Su and Song Yuan also walked over and stood behind Qin Feng. With their participation, those who wanted to make a move were even more apprehensive. Treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who are capable. Qin Feng and Zhou Mo have already shown their strength and obtained our recognition. When both sides were in confrontation, Huang Fuyao suddenly appeared between them and said, "It's time for this farce to end. Qin Feng's strength has already surpassed all of you, and if you continue being overbearing, then even I won't be able to continue watching." Everyone's eyes flashed, and their hearts sank. Huang Fuyao had intervened. He was standing on Qin Feng's side and didn't allow them to make a move. Some people thought for a while and retreated. Now, not only did Qin Feng have Zhou Mo and the Zhou and Song families, but he also had the support of the first princess. It wouldn't be good for them to continue confronting each other. It was better to give the first princess some face and stop as soon as possible. With a few people retreating, the others hesitated for a moment before retreating with the same mentality. This Huang Fuyao really knows how to act at a critical moment. Yiwu curled her lips. How could she not know Huang Fuyao's intentions? The secret pavilion is about to enter hibernation. Let's leave quickly. Saying that, Huang Fuyao glanced at Qing and nodded. He didn't stay any longer and flew out of the secret pavilion. The others quickly followed. Chapter 522. Discussing the attack on Blackwater Mountain after leaving Heavenly Secret Pavilion, the elders of the various clans hurriedly brought their disciples back to their families and prepared various herbs and pills to nourish their bodies and stabilize their cultivations. Although exotic, desolate world energy could accelerate a cultivator's body's compatibility with world energy, with the assistance of special herbs and pills, this process could be sped up. Heavenly Secret Pavilion's exotic desolate world energy only appeared once every 50 years. This was a great opportunity, so the various clans naturally made preparations to allow their disciples to undergo the most perfect transformation. After all, this was related to breaking through to the ninth stage heavenly realm, so no one dared to be careless. The birth of a ninth stage heavenly realm master was enough to increase the overall strength of their clan. The Song family was also very loyal to Qin Feng and had prepared a set of follow-up resources for him, allowing him to display the exotic desolate world energy in his body to its fullest extent. Qin Feng had the 100 Tribulation heaven-swallowing secret art, so he was not worried about wasting exotic desolate world energy. Therefore, he did not care much about this. But since the Song family had prepared so much, Yang Kai had no intention of refusing such good things and gladly accepted them. While the disciples of the various clans were in retreat, hoping to quickly break through to the ninth stage heavenly realm, some news about Heavenly Secret Pavilion began to spread. Among them, the most eye-catching news was naturally the legendary appearance of the third floor. Qin Feng and Zhou Mo had entered the third floor. However, as for what was on the third floor and what they had obtained there, no one knew because the two of them were in retreat and had not made any statements about this matter. However, regarding the sudden increase in their strength, all parties were paying close attention. Some people even revealed that after Qin Feng returned from the third floor, he had single-handedly defeated Yu Lei, Mo Sun, and Lei Jiuxiao, achieving astonishing results. Others said that Qin Feng had defeated 3 young masters, and in the end, it was said that Qin Feng's strength had soared, allowing him to suppress Yu Lei, Mo Sun, and Lei Jiuxiao with a flip of his hand, shocking everyone else. Qin Feng was the only person the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets had created. Everyone else had been reduced to mere background characters. This matter was rumored to be miraculous, and everyone said that it was due to the third floor's treasures. Qin Feng obtained an incredible opportunity, and in the end, it was even rumored that this opportunity was still with him and had not been completely digested. This kind of news spread more and more widely. In the end, it directly evolved into a rumor that Qin Feng had a treasure that could rapidly increase his strength. The other main character of this matter, Zhou Mo, was completely sidelined. All the focus was on Qin Feng. As for why things had turned out this way, those with discerning eyes were very clear in their hearts. Someone was targeting Qin Feng, making him the target of public criticism and arousing public hatred. The Zhou clan was a big family, so they naturally had to be careful. However, Qin Feng was different. He was a loner, so they could do whatever they wanted to him. 3 days later, the majority of the people who had entered the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets had come out of seclusion, and their strength had taken a step forward. There were even a few, such as the E clan's AI Tianxing and the Mo clan's Luan, who had touched upon the barrier of the ninth heaven realm. They were only one opportunity away from breaking through. No one refuted the rumors that had been circulating in the past few days. Some people even confirmed that the rumors were true. Qin Feng really did have a very precious treasure on him, and it was this treasure that had allowed him to achieve a super breakthrough, allowing him to stand above all other powerhouses. With these people's confirmation, no one doubted this matter. They all believed that Qin Feng had an incredible treasure on him. During this time, Qin Feng had not been in seclusion, so he had also heard the rumors circulating in the outside world. In particular, the words of some people after coming out of seclusion caused his face to turn cold. As the saying went, one should not reveal one's wealth. These people clearly did not know what he had obtained on the third floor, but their words were clear and logical, and their tone was so certain that they wanted to kill him. I have to leave this place quickly, Qin Feng muttered to himself. He could not stay in Great Yin City any longer. There were too many rumors about him outside, and it was difficult to guarantee that no one would covet the so-called treasure and attack him. Before this matter completely fermented, he had to leave this place quietly. It was useless whether he responded or not. If he did not respond, others would think that he had acknowledged the treasure on him. But if he responded, Would he be able to tell others that he had obtained dozens of drops of nine heavens spiritual liquid? Therefore, the best way was to leave this place as soon as possible. However, just as he was about to pack his things and leave, the ninth princess sent a letter to him, inviting him to the E-clan for a chat. She had something important to discuss with him and said that the herbs he needed had been gathered. Damn, I almost forgot about this. Qin Feng slapped his forehead. He had almost forgotten about the herbs for the Sambadis Sattva divine pulp. If he sneaked away, these things would be gone. It could be said that the Sambadis Sattva divine pulp was the foundation of his cultivation of Zhou Tian's death scripture. It was quite important. After thinking about it again and again, Qin Feng decided to go. After leaving the Song clan, Qin Feng walked towards the Yi clan. As he walked on the street, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Among them, Qin Feng acutely sensed that a few cold gazes were sweeping over him. It was the older generation experts who were probing him. In his palm, the demonic eye opened and closed, and a flow of air that was invisible to the naked eye slowly spread throughout his body, blocking the probing of these experts. Behind the crowd, in the distant tall buildings, in the pavilions on both sides of the street, there were many experts watching him, but they did not find anything. Even the jade mirror can't see him. It's a blur. It seems that he really has an incredible treasure on him that can shield him from detection, someone whispered, their eyes flashing. After arriving at the E-clan, Qin Feng was led to a side courtyard by a person. Under a willow tree, there was a stone table, and a few people were standing in front of the crowd. Among them, the most obvious were naturally Huangfu Huan and Yi Wu. In addition, there was Xiao Enai, Ai Tianxing, Yihua, and Zhou Mo from the Zhou clan. Seeing so many people gathered here, Qin Feng knew that the little princess was going to make a move on MT Blackwater. Qin Feng, come here quickly. We're just waiting for you. After seeing Qin Feng, Huangfu Huan hurriedly waved at him. Qin Feng walked over. He knew that if he did not help the ninth princess solve this matter, he would not be able to get what he needed, so he did not delay. He directly asked, "When are we going to make a move?" Huangfu Huan was stunned. Then her big eyes curved as she smiled and said, "You're quite tactful, aren't you?" Qin Feng rolled his eyes. "If you can keep this matter to yourself and not be so shameless, I can't be bothered to care about you. Let's make a deal. Once the matter of MT Blackwater is settled, you have to give me everything you owe me before and the reward this time in one go." Qin Feng reminded her. "Don't worry. I won't take a single cent from you." Huangfu Huan patted her chest and promised. "Come over quickly. Let's discuss the battle plan." In the dead of night, everyone discussed the perfect battle plan. They would leave Great Flame City at this time tomorrow. Everyone went back to prepare. Only Qin Feng stood there and did not move. "What? Do you have something to say?" Yiwu looked at Qin Feng in surprise. "Those who come are guests. Since I'm leaving, you should at least send me off," Qin Feng said. Yiwu was stunned and immediately understood. She immediately smiled and said, "So there are times when you're afraid too." Chapter 523. Transaction. A cold wind blew through the dark streets. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse in the night sky. The bright moonlight poured down like the Milky Way, covering the earth with a layer of silver. Qin Feng and Yi Dance walked on the quiet streets, heading toward the Song clan. Their light and rhythmic footsteps were particularly ear-piercing in this quiet street. Yi Dance glanced at Qin Feng from time to time. In the end, she couldn't help but ask unhappily, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Nine Heavens spiritual elixir. Qin Feng stopped and looked up at the crescent moon in the sky. "What?" Yi Dance was stunned by Qin Feng's straightforwardness. Qin Feng turned around and looked at her. "I obtained the Nine Heavens spiritual elixir on the 3rd floor. You can ask Zhou Mo about this. It really is the Nine Heavens spiritual elixir." Yi Dance asked. Qin Feng nodded. Looking at Yi Dance's expression, he knew that she didn't have any suspicions. She should have heard about it from Zhou Mo. This was what he had discussed with Zhou Mo. If there was really no other way, they would give away the Nine Heavens spiritual elixir. In any case, this was the truth. Although that little girl didn't want to reveal it from her tone, it should be quite a lot. Zhou Mo asked Qin Feng. Yes, there are more than 10 drops. Qin Feng nodded in response. In fact, he had about 60 to 70 drops on him. He deliberately said less. But even so, Dance was still shocked. More than 10 drops of 9 Heaven spiritual elixir was a huge amount. At least with her family's background, she couldn't easily take out so much 9 Heaven spiritual elixir. Every drop of 9 Heaven spiritual elixir could cause a mad scramble, let alone more than 10 drops. Seeing her shocked expression, Qin Feng was rendered speechless. If she were to know that he and Zhou Mo had swallowed 6 to 7 droplets in one go, only to end up losing quite a bit due to being unable to assimilate all of them in an instant, he wondered how she would react. Give me some. Dance directly stretched her hand in front of Qin Feng and demanded. Qin Feng glanced at her. What, you want to rob me? You're a spiritual elixir with a fortune elixir. Everyone's spiritual elixir. If you want to use me and the force behind me as your protective talisman, you have to do something, Yu said. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. He had dozens of drops of 9 Heaven spiritual elixir, so he didn't care about 1 or 2 drops. However, since he had to give it away, he had to use it well. It's not that I can't give it to you, but let me make one thing clear. I only have 12 drops. Due to an accident on the 3rd level, I had to take 2 drops. So, I only have 10 drops now. I can give you 2 drops, but you have to guarantee my safety in Great Yin City, Qin Feng said. The corner of Dance's mouth twitched. She stared at Qin Feng and curled her lips. You're doing a pretty good deal. You don't know how many people are eyeing you now. Just 2 drops of 9 Heavens spiritual elixir, and you want me to risk my life for you? You're not risking your life for me, but we each take what we need. Qin Feng shook his head with a smile and said, You need the 9 Heavens spirit liquid, and I need the prestige of the Yi family in Great Yin City. I think that as long as you stand by my side, there shouldn't be anyone blind enough to attack me. If that's the case, why don't you ask the Song family for help? You're their son-in-law. Dance curled her lips. Qin Feng shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want the Song family to stand up for him, but he didn't want to get too involved with them. He would leave sooner or later. Moreover, very few people mentioned his identity as the Song family's son-in-law anymore. He didn't want to complicate things. If he wasn't waiting for news from Jing Wui, Tan Xian, and the others, he would have left the Song family long ago. Most importantly, he definitely wouldn't follow those older generation figures. These people's hearts were completely black. They didn't have any thoughts that could shake the family's interests first. He didn't believe that the Song family's higher-ups wouldn't covet his so-called treasure. Wouldn't dealing with them be jumping into a fire pit? The reason why he approached Dance was because of the power behind her. Apart from the imperial family, the Song family was the largest family in Great Yin City. Secondly, it was because of her own influence. The identity of the emperor's personal disciple wasn't just for show. I don't want to get involved with the Song family. It's better for us to live our own lives. Qin Feng shook his head. He glanced at Dance and said, I'll leave soon. If you agree to guarantee my safety during this period, I can give you 2 drops of the 9 Heaven spiritual elixir now. I'll pay you another 2 drops when I leave. Of course, if you feel that you're at a disadvantage, I can also find someone else. After saying that, Qin Feng walked forward with his hands behind his back. Looking at Qin Feng's back, Dance's eyes flickered for a moment. She quickly caught up with him. She ran her fingers through her hair and said, Since you insist, I can't refuse. As she said that, she directly stretched out her jade-like hand and raised her eyebrows at Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled and sucked out 2 drops of the 9 Heavens spiritual elixir from the jade bottle. Dance's eyes lit up. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a white light flashed. She took out a jade container and quickly stored the 9 Heavens spiritual elixir. Then, she waved her hand and directly snatched the jade bottle in Qin Feng's hand. Dance, what are you doing? Qin Feng panicked when his hand was empty. Dance was too unreasonable. Look at how anxious you are. Who would snatch it from you? After checking the amount of 9 heavens spiritual elixir in the jade bottle and confirming that there were only 8 drops left, she returned the jade bottle to Qin Feng. She glanced at him and said, "Take it. Isn't it just a few drops of 9 heavens spiritual elixir? Do you have to be so nervous?" Qin Feng was speechless. Who was the one who didn't believe him and insisted on snatching it? He was sure that if he put all the 9 heavens spiritual elixir together, this person would definitely rob him. "We agreed that you would give me the remaining 2 drops when you leave." As she said that, Dance's gaze suddenly froze. "You're leaving? Why? When?" "After I help the little princess solve the matter of MT Blackwater, she should be able to give me my things. At that time, I should leave this place. I can't stay here for long." Dance looked at him and paused for a moment. She said, "Are you worried that someone will attack you? Actually, you don't have to be so worried. With Huan Huan here, as long as it appears, no one will dare to do anything to you." Qin Feng shook his head. He did have this concern, but it wasn't the main thing. He still had many things to do. He had never forgotten why he left the primitive land. Under the heaven abyss, his ancestors and descendants were still suffering. At that time, they desperately sent him out and continued to live in hellish pain day after day without any hope. He had to solve all of this. Therefore, he couldn't keep an eye on the northwest region of this continent. "I naturally have my own things to do. I can't stay in Great Yin City forever." Qin Feng shook his head and didn't want to say anything more. Chapter 524. Attack the Blackwater Mountain. Wu looked at Qin Feng and felt a little touched. This was the first time he had shown such a gloomy mood. For a moment, he didn't know how to comfort him. He could only pat Qin Feng on the shoulder and comforted him. When heaven is about to give a great responsibility to a great man, it must first torment his will. Everyone had their own secrets. For Qin Feng to achieve so much at such a young age, she knew a little about the hardships he had gone through. "You're reciting a poem." Qin Feng shook his head and smiled, temporarily casting these thoughts aside. No matter how he ascended to the heavens to ask for orders, to overthrow the cruel slavery system of the primitive world, to clear the injustice of his ancestors, or to resolve the disaster and curse of his bloodline, none of these were things that he could do now. Right now, the most important thing for him to do was to survive in this strange world. He could only think about other things after that. "Flatten Blackwater Mountain. When the time comes, you have to speak for me. I'm worried that the little princess isn't someone who keeps her word." Qin Feng said, "That's really possible. This girl isn't someone who keeps her word. When the time comes, she'll definitely make things difficult for us." Hearing this, Qin Feng's mouth twitched. But she would only do this to her friends. Dance looked at Qin Feng and said, "Based on my understanding of Huan Huan, she treats you as a friend." "Friends?" Qin Feng was startled. He thought of the 9th princess in the imperial capital. After a long time, he sighed. "I'm not qualified to be friends with a princess. Hey, being friends with Huan Huan is the dream of many young talents in Great Yin City. However, there are only a few people who can truly make her treat them as her friend. You must have done a lot of good deeds in your previous life to have such an honor." Seeing Qin Feng's reluctant look, Wu said angrily, "Don't take it for granted." Qin Feng shook his head and smiled, a look of reminiscence appearing on his face as he whispered, "There was once a princess who was loved by everyone. She treated me wholeheartedly, but in the end, because of me, she was covered in cuts and bruises. If I could start over, I would rather have never known her." The person he felt the most guilty towards in the primitive land was the 9th princess. Back then, she really did her best. Even when she was targeted by the imperial capital, she still helped him without hesitation. Even after knowing that several of her brothers had died in his hands, she still couldn't bring herself to kill him. Qin Feng admitted that he had indeed met the 9th princess with some ulterior motives. However, he had only wanted to make use of her illustrious status to give him some convenience. He had never thought of harming her. If he had known that such a day would come, perhaps he would not have lent a helping hand back then. Of course, if he had not lent a hand, the 9th princess might have died in the mouth of that spiritual beast. Perhaps this was the so-called fate. Between the two of them, There was no way to avoid this calamity. Iwu didn't hear Qin Feng's whisper clearly, but seeing his sad expression, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "What did you say?" "Nothing." Qin Feng collected his thoughts and looked forward. He smiled and said, "Thank you for seeing me off. See you tomorrow." After that, he didn't give Iwu time to ask any questions and quickly went in. Looking at the black figure nimbly flipping into the courtyard, Iwu couldn't help but mutter, "What a strange guy." However, I'm also very curious about the outside world. It's time to go out and gain experience. The next day, Qin Feng stayed in his small courtyard for the whole day, occasionally teaching Song Shui and Song Xiaoyan some cultivation. Under his request, the siblings were also qualified to enter the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. Of course, they could only stay on the first floor. The exotic, desolate spirit Qi on the first floor was definitely incomparable to the second floor, but for the siblings' strength, it was also a supreme opportunity. Now that their strength had increased a lot, they had also regained their status as the young miss and young master in the family. Compared to before he came, it was much better. As the sky darkened, Qin Feng and the siblings had dinner. He solemnly warned them, "Xiao Shui, Xiaoyan, from tonight onwards, I need to go into seclusion to comprehend the Nine Heavens realm. Before I come out, don't disturb me, and don't let anyone come near here." Big brother Qin Feng is going to break through to the Ninth Heavenly Realm? Song Xiaoyan looked at Qin Feng in shock. To him, the Ninth Heavenly Realm was a realm that only the elders of the Song family with real power could reach. Song Shui's pretty face was also filled with shock, but more joy. "There's hope for a breakthrough, but I'm not very confident. I just have some comprehension. I need to try." Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. The two nodded repeatedly. Song Shui said, "Don't worry, big brother Qin Feng. We won't let anyone disturb your seclusion." Both of their expressions were very solemn. They knew the danger of going into seclusion to break through to the Ninth Heavenly Realm. If an accident happened, they would be seriously injured or even die. Qin Feng nodded slightly. He had already informed Song Yun about his seclusion. Presumably, no one would come looking for him again. Because the ninth princess didn't want others to know about it, they all acted in secret and couldn't let others know. At night, he secretly left the Song family through the back door. He released his spiritual perception and hid his figure. After making sure that no one was following him, he quickly ran to the gathering point. Very soon, everyone had gathered. Other than Huangfu Huan, everyone was an expert. Yiwu and Xiao Ni, the two ninth heavenly realm experts, Ai Tianxing, Zhou Mo, and Luan, who hadn't participated in the meeting before. Any one of these three could easily defeat an ordinary half-step ninth stage heavenly master. As for himself, he was almost invincible in this realm. Such a lineup was enough to defeat the entire Blackwater Mountain. Together with Yihua, who claimed to be doing odd jobs, the group of 8 left Great Yin City under the cover of night and headed toward the unfolding mountain range. Huangfu Huan had a high-grade flying Dharma artifact, so they were very fast. Before dawn, they arrived at the unfolding mountain range. They didn't hide at all and directly charged toward Blackwater Mountain. "This is the place. When they captured me, that one-eyed man even wanted me to be his wife. If Qin Feng hadn't saved me, I don't know what would have happened to me." Huangfu Huan pointed at Blackwater Mountain not far away. She was so angry that she was about to burst into tears. She still shuddered when she recalled the scene at that time. She was a princess who was adored by thousands. When had she ever experienced such a thing? What? There's such a thing? Xiao and I was shocked. Before this, Huangfu Huan hadn't told him what was going on. So Xiao and I, Zhou Mo, Ai Tianxing, and the others didn't know why the ninth princess did this. Now that he heard her say this, Xiao and I was about to explode. His beloved sister had suffered such a great humiliation. Today I'll wash Blackwater Mountain with blood. With a whoosh, his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Blackwater Mountain. At the same time, his voice, filled with violent killing intent, exploded above Blackwater Mountain like thunder. Chapter 525. Pushing down one-eyed old man. Come out and die. A thunderous roar echoed through Blackwater Mountain. This was Xiao Ni's angry roar. He wrapped himself in spiritual energy and poured it down. Many people from a Blackwater Mountain turned pale and felt their chests tighten. They looked at the mysterious expert who suddenly appeared in the sky with a horrified expression. Everyone was shocked. Who was this person? How could he break through the layers of barriers below? Who dares to be so presumptuous? Are you tired of living? Suddenly, a roar rang out. Immediately after, a burly man holding a mace rushed up, his body surging with a murderous aura. His body was wrapped in animal skin, revealing his bronze chest. On his arms, blue veins were wriggling like dragons. Most importantly, one of his eyes was covered with a black cloth. Your Blackwater Mountain's leader, one-eyed old man? Shout and I stared at him and said coldly, "Don't be presumptuous. I'm Blackwater Mountain's tyrant, Huba." Huba stared at Xiao and I with one eye and waved the mace in his hand. Suddenly, a burst of sonic booms rang out. Although Huba was overbearing on the surface, he was actually shocked. Who was this person? He had reached the 9th stage at such a young age. Without a doubt, this person's background wasn't simple. The key was that he had never seen this person before. So why was he acting like this? Asterisk Shio Shio. Asterisk just as he thought this, sonic booms rang out one after another. Immediately after, a tidal wave of spirit energy pressure spread out, causing Huba's expression to change slightly. 2 9th stage Heavenly Realm Masters. 5 half-step 9th stage Heavenly Realm Masters this. Huba's face sank. What was going on? Why had such a lineup suddenly appeared at his doorstep? This made him shocked. When had he offended such a big shot? Why had so many masters come to kill him? Everyone, is there some misunderstanding? Huba cupped his hands and said in a slightly softer tone, "One-eyed old man, do you still recognize her?" Xiao and I pointed at Huangfu Huan and asked coldly. Huba looked at Huangfu Huan and stared at her for a long time before frowning and saying, "I don't know her." Today, Huangfu Huan was wearing a decent formal dress, revealing a noble aura. She was completely different from the girl next door. As for Huba, he had been mingling with women for a long time, so it was normal for him to not recognize him. However, this made Huangfu Huan furious. At that time, she had almost suffered a tragedy that she would never be able to make up for in this lifetime. However, this guy actually forgot everything. She took a step forward, and her small face was covered with frost. "One-eyed dragon, open your dog eyes wide and see if this person recognizes me, the person who almost became your wife." At first, Huba was still confused, but when he heard the last sentence, he suddenly realized and said in surprise, "You are that little girl from that time. So you admit that you kidnapped my sister and forced her to marry you?" Xiao and I stared at Huba with a cold smile on his face, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "Brother, there must be some misunderstanding." Feeling the killing intent from Xiao and I, Huba hurriedly explained. He would never have thought that the background of the lady with the symbol would be so great to be able to invite so many experts to besiege her. "Today you must die." Xiao Ni's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Huangfu Huan was the person he loved the most. No matter how much he suffered, he couldn't bear to see Huangfu Huan, his aunt's only daughter, suffer any grievances. However, even under his careful care, such an unfortunate thing still happened to Huangfu Huan. "I really shouldn't have joined the army back then." Xiao and I muttered in a low voice as he stared at Huba like a wild beast, causing his hair to stand on end. "Give me your life." Xiao and I could no longer hold back his killing intent. The spiritual energy in his body erupted like a volcano. He turned into a ray of light and shot towards Huba with a strong sonic boom. "Do you really think that my Blackwater Mountain is easy to bully?" At this moment, Huba knew that his explanation wouldn't work. His vicious aura that had been mixed with the blade for many years was also angered. An even more powerful spiritual energy burst out. He has ascended to the 2nd level, the 2nd heaven realm. Feeling the oppressive spiritual energy fluctuation from Huba's body, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. Ba was probably not weak in the second heaven realm. Immediately after, he looked at Xiao Enai and frowned. Although Xiao Enai was talented and had reached the first heaven realm at such a young age, his foundation was still weak. He didn't have a more powerful spiritual energy than Ba. If he fought alone, he would be at a disadvantage. I'll go and help him. I'll leave the rest of you guys. Also, protect Huan Huan, Iwu ordered as she rushed over and joined the battle between Xiao Enai and Ba. Clearly, she could see that it was difficult for Xiao Enai to be Ba's opponent by himself. Boom! The battle between the three caused the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to tremble. It spread out like a tide from the battle between the three of them. Everyone could only see that along with the earth-shaking explosions, the three figures were fighting back and forth in the sky. Every time they made contact, the space would ripple. The two of them should be able to deal with Ba. We'll have to deal with the rest. AI Tianxing said as fierce spiritual energy continued to spread out from his body. As far as they knew, Blackwater Mountain only had one ninth heaven realm master. No matter how powerful the rest were, they couldn't pose the slightest hindrance to them. Whether it was Qin Feng, AI Tianxing, Luin, or Zhou Mo, they were all half-step ninth heaven realm masters. Ordinary masters of this level were no match for them. As for Yihua, although he was slightly weaker, he was also close to the peak of half-step under the baptism of the exotic desolate spirit Qi. It could be said that if Ba didn't make a move, they could completely massacre Blackwater Mountain. And the fact was indeed so. Under the attack of AI Tianxing, Zhou Mo, Luin, and Yihua, the people of Blackwater Mountain couldn't resist at all. After the death of 5 half-step ninth heaven realm masters, they could no longer form the slightest defense and were completely defeated. Why didn't you help? Huanfu Huan said with dissatisfaction as he glanced at Qin Feng, who was standing beside him indifferently. They've all gone to fight. Naturally, I have to stay by your side to protect you. Qin Feng said matter-of-factly. In fact, the person who should have stayed was Yihua. He and the other three would massacre Blackwater Mountain, but Qin Feng didn't want to fight too hard. He had no grudges with this place. The little princess had once met with misfortune here, and the great Yin Empire had lost face. It was reasonable for them to take revenge, but he didn't need to fight too hard. In addition, Yihua was in high spirits, so the easiest job naturally fell to him. Huangfu Huan glanced at the righteous Qin Feng and pouted. Although she didn't have much contact with Qin Feng, she knew this guy's temperament. If there was no special temptation, he would definitely fight to the side. If you don't pay, you won't get any credit for eradicating Blackwater Mountain, Huangfu Huan said. It doesn't matter. As long as you give me what I deserve, it's fine. There was another reason why Qin Feng didn't care too much. He didn't trust Huangfu Huan and was worried that he would end up with nothing. Chapter 526. The situation reversed at the peak of Blackwater Mountain. The manor was filled with broken limbs, screams, and explosions. Without a master of Ba's level, they were no match for Etian Xing, Zhou Mo, and the others. More than half of the half-step 9th stage Heaven Realm Masters were killed in a single exchange, and the rest were naturally unable to resist. Under the onslaught of these masters, they fled in all directions. Don't let any of them go, AI Tianxing said coldly, and killed a small Heaven Realm late-stage expert with a casual slap. Luin, Zhou Mo, and Yihua were also in a killing frenzy. Just like Qin Feng's previous concerns, although they had only taken action after receiving some rewards, no matter what, the little princess was related to the reputation of the entire Great Yin Empire. If she had been captured here, it would have caused a disaster. This was undoubtedly a slap to the Great Yin Empire. As citizens of the Great Yin Empire, their families were the mainstays of the Great Yin Empire. Naturally, they would take revenge for such a thing. Qin Feng was relaxed. He only needed to watch the battle. As for protecting the little princess, there was no need at all. Under the impact of the dead, all the half-step 9th stage Heaven Realm experts were killed. There was no one left who could fight their way out of the encirclement of the four of them. At the sight of this tragic scene, Hu Ba's eyes widened and he attacked Xiao Enai and Yi Wu with all his might. He was also powerful, and he did not fall into a disadvantage under the joint attack of Xiao Enai and Yi Wu. Of course, he was powerless to save the others in Blackwater Mountain, so it was only a matter of time before this place was destroyed. Qin Feng glanced at the manner of Blackwater Mountain and lost interest. The battle here was basically under the control of AI Tianxing, Zhou Mo, Luan, and Yihua. There should not be any reversal of the situation. He looked at the battle between the three people in the sky and narrowed his eyes. This Hu Ba did indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. He had been on the knife's edge for many years, wandering in the midst of blood and slaughter. He was experienced and had rich battle techniques. In addition, his own spiritual energy was strong and e-dance. Xiao Enai. Therefore, even when he was besieged by the two of them, he did not show any signs of weakness. Sometimes he would even use some vicious moves, strange moves, and reckless fighting methods to force the two of them back. For the Blackwater Mountain to be able to become the largest bandit group in the unfolding mountain range, there's indeed something special about them. Watching the battle between the three, Qin Feng nodded slightly, not being stingy with his evaluation. So what if he's powerful? He's going to die today. Huangfu Huan curled his lips. Qin Feng smiled faintly and didn't refute. Although Hu Ba's aura was strong and he didn't show any signs of being defeated, he would definitely be defeated in the long run. E-Dance and Xiao Enai were not ordinary Divine Realm Masters. Even if they were weaker than the other party, they had the strength to fight above their level. Therefore, the final victory would definitely belong to E-Dance and Xiao Enai. It seems that you came here for nothing. Huangfu Huan glanced at Qin Feng and said proudly with her chin raised, "It doesn't matter, as long as you give me what you owe me." Qin Feng smiled. He wasn't sad about the reward for participating in the bloodbath of the Blackwater Mountain. As long as she could give him what he owed before, he would be satisfied. Huangfu Huan pursed her lips. Especially when she saw Qin Feng's indifferent expression, she felt even more depressed. Others were thinking of ways to please her, but this guy was avoiding her like she was a poisonous scorpion. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. Another extremely strong aura erupted and instantly filled the entire Blackwater Mountain. Another 9th stage Heaven Realm Master. Qin Feng raised his head and looked over. Then, his pupils shrank fiercely. Two figures flew back awkwardly and spat out blood. It's AI Tianxing and Luan. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. The two had suffered heavy injuries. The situation here also made Xiao Enai and E-Dance's expressions change slightly. No one expected that Blackwater Mountain would have a 9th stage Heaven Realm Master who had been hiding and attacking at the critical moment. AI Tianxing and Luan were both seriously injured. "Come back quickly," Qin Feng shouted. The intelligence was wrong. Blackwater Mountain had not only one 9th stage Heaven Realm Master, but two. The second one had been hiding and was planning to attack when they let their guard down. The result was exactly what they wanted. AI Tianxing and Luan were seriously injured. In fact, at this moment, there was no need for him to remind them. Zhou Mo and Yihua quickly retreated. Feeling the other powerful aura, Qin Feng couldn't help but whisper, "What kind of lousy intelligence is this? Didn't it clearly say that there was only one 9th stage Heaven Realm Master?" He had warned them before that Blackwater Mountain might have two masters of this level, but Huangfu Huan, E-Dance, and the others were very confident in their intelligence and were certain that there was only one. The intelligence can't be wrong. At this moment, Huangfu Huan's pretty face was slightly pale. She knew that the strength of a 9th stage Heaven Realm Master could definitely turn the situation around if E-Dance and Xiao Enai Tang didn't act. Especially since they had lost two generals, it was even more impossible for them to compete with this master. Xiao. After this 9th stage Heaven Realm Master attacked, several more figures shot out from behind Blackwater Mountain Manor. Moreover, spirit chi surged. Obviously, these are all half-step 9th stage Heaven Realm Masters. How come there are still so many? At this moment, even Qin Feng was a little shocked. Even if he could barely block this ninth-stage Heaven Realm Master and buy time for E-Dance and Xiao and I, but there were still 5 or 6 half-step ninth-stage Heaven Realm Masters here. Could Zhou Imo and Yihua, who had already experienced a bloody battle and exhausted a lot of their strength, stop them? Ha ha! Brother Chun, if we take care of these, I'm afraid the treasures we will exchange for will be unprecedented. Seeing Chun Wuzhou attack, Hu Ba laughed. 2 forces? Qin Feng was stunned, but when he heard Hu Ba's words, he instantly understood. The intelligence was right. Blackwater Mountain indeed only had 1 ninth-stage Heaven Realm Master, Hu Ba. It was just at the time they chose to take revenge was very unfortunate. They encountered 2 bandit groups together. Qin Feng's speculation was right. Blackwater Mountain was indeed discussing with another bandit group in this area to do something big. After Qin Feng and the others appeared, Chen Wuzhou planned to secretly leave because they could see that this group of people had a great background and couldn't be offended. However, he had been here for a long time and had done many things like robbing and killing. He was also ruthless and knew that the more dangerous the situation was, the greater the opportunity. Perhaps this was a great opportunity. Therefore, he hid in the dark with his elite subordinates and looked at the situation before deciding whether to take action. It was also a good opportunity to wipe out Blackwater Mountain's strength. When Blackwater Mountain's strength was almost wiped out and Qin Feng's people were exhausted, he thought that he could eat these people and use them to force the forces behind them to take out enough treasures to ransom them. Then he would run away. He originally wanted to capture the 4 while they were in the middle of killing, but they reacted too quickly and could only seriously injure 2. Hee, Brother Hu, it's not too much for my 9-inch stronghold to take 70% of the profits, right? Chen Wuzhou looked at Hu Ba and smiled sinisterly. Hu Ba's expression paused for a moment before he quickly said, "Let's do as Brother Chen says, but you should know that these people have great backgrounds. Don't fail miserably." Chapter 5:27. Fighting a 9th Order Heaven Realm alone, as soon as his voice fell, Chen Wuzhou directly charged toward Qin Feng. Vigorous spiritual energy with a strong smell of blood rushed towards Qin Feng. Feeling the terrifying power she was unable to resist, Huangfu Huan's pretty face paled and her tender body trembled. However, at that moment, a figure appeared in front of her and blocked all the spirit energy pressure for her. Huangfu Huan was startled and a strange light flashed across her eyes. She had some understanding of Qin Feng. This kind of person absolutely didn't like to stir up trouble. Also, he wasn't of the same mind as them. When things were going smoothly, he would add flowers to brocade. But when things weren't going well and he encountered a crisis, he would definitely wash his hands of it. Of course, the premise was that there was a fatal crisis. Even without such a premise, he would still act courageously. She had thought that Qin Feng would just leave, but he had actually stood in front of her to face a 9th Order Heaven Realm Master alone. "You're not leaving?" Huangfu Huan asked blankly. "Can I leave?" Qin Feng bitterly laughed. He stared at the approaching Chen Wuzhou and helplessly said in a low voice, "Yiwu said that there are very few people who can make you treat them as friends. And I am very fortunate to be one of those few people. Since you have already treated me as a friend, how can I leave at this time?" In fact, when Chen Wuzhou first appeared, Yang Kai had indeed intended to leave. After all, the current situation was very unfavorable for them, and there was no need for him to put himself in danger for them. He had not had much contact with them, so he did not have any feelings for them. Even if they were all killed, it would be because they were seeking revenge and had nothing to do with him, so he did not feel any psychological burden when he left. However, when this thought arose in his mind, for no reason, the scene of him bidding farewell to the 9th princess that day inexplicably appeared in his mind. Even in the end, she still wanted him to live, well, even though she had a deep hatred for him for killing her own family. At that moment, Yang Kai's heart trembled. Huangfu Huan and the 9th princess were the same kind of people. Once they recognized each other as friends, they would not care about the difference in status. Although this woman always fooled him, when he was in trouble, she would not hesitate to help him. This was the case when he was targeted in the palace. In his heart, Huangfu Huan couldn't even be considered a friend. However, she treated him as a true friend and stood by his side without hesitation when he was being targeted. Perhaps it was because he couldn't bear it, or perhaps it was because he wanted to make up for the regret between him and the ninth princess, so at the last moment he stayed behind. Huangfu Huan didn't know what Qin Feng was thinking, but his words made her body tremble. She looked at Qin Feng's back with tears in her eyes. Huangfu Huan's heart trembled slightly as she looked at the group of people who were able to protect her from certain death. A strange feeling rose in her heart. Thank you. In the end, she could only say thank you. This was the first time in her life that she had sincerely thanked someone. No need to thank me. If you can solve this situation today, just remember to pay me what you owe me. Don't try to fool me again. Qin Feng laughed. I know. I'm not a person who doesn't keep his words. Huangfu Huan couldn't help but laugh. Seeing the two people who were still talking and laughing after he approached, Chen Wujiu flew into a rage, and a fierce spiritual energy rushed toward him. Daoyin mode. Great desolate battle body. Qin Feng instantly activated his strongest mode. He glanced at Zhou Mo and Yihua and said, Zhou Mo, block the remaining experts and stall for as much time as possible. Yihua, take Huangfu Huan and leave. Go as far as you can. Okay. Zhou Mo didn't say anything. Black light surged around his body as he rushed toward the experts of the 9th Yin Fortress to block them. Yihua hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and rushed toward Huangfu Huan. Although he had a higher chance of winning if he joined forces with Zhou Mo, Huangfu Huan couldn't be alone. If anything happened to her, it would be useless even if they killed everyone here. Nothing was more important than Huangfu Huan's safety. Little princess, let's leave quickly, Yihua said. I'm not leaving. Huangfu Huan shook her head and said firmly, last time, I made my servant pay with his life to buy me a chance to escape. This time, I'm here for revenge. I'm not leaving. Yihua, if you're still a young hero of the great Yin Empire and a disciple of the Yi family, kill the enemies with all your might and protect the great Yin Empire and the dignity of the royal family. We can be defeated, but we'll never run away. Yihua was also excited by Huangfu Huan's words, and his chest burned with fighting spirit. Yes, as a young hero of the great Yin Empire, he had his own pride. How could he run away without fighting? Okay, today we'll kill Blackwater Mountain and Nining Fortress. Ignorant kid. Chen Wujiu stared at Qin Feng and sneered. Then, he suddenly disappeared. Qin Feng's pupils shrank. He skillfully used the body-changing step and brushed past Chen Wujiu. Then his body rotated 360 degrees and his legs straightened. With a fierce force, he swept toward Chen Wujiu's head. At the same time, there were dragon roars. Seeming to be surprised by Qin Feng's reaction speed, Chen Wujiu sneered with disdain at the corner of his mouth. He lightly extended a hand, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly gathered. After which, he lightly patted Qin Feng's leg that was whipping over. The moment the two forces collided and dissipated, he turned his palm into a claw and quickly grabbed Qin Feng's ankle. Qin Feng was restrained, but he did not panic at all. Spiritual power gathered in the soles of his feet, and suddenly, a fierce spiritual power poured out. Qin Feng's rich combat experience surprised Chen Wujiu. After being restrained, he could still think of such a way to save himself. It was indeed rare. He sneered and suddenly patted with his other hand. Spiritual power swept out and scattered Qin Feng's spiritual power. Buzz! At the same time, the air around him rippled, and invisible sharp blades shot out. However, they disappeared into thin air within a foot of his body. You're a spiritual power master. Chen Wujiu's face flashed with a touch of surprise, but then he sneered disdainfully. But your spiritual power is too weak. If you're at the upper earth grade, I might have been defeated. Qin Feng sighed in his heart. His spiritual power was too weak. Even if his attack was strange, it could not be used at this moment. If I catch you in close combat, Other people at your level will die no matter how amazing they are. Chen Wujiu sneered. Spiritual power gathered in his palm, and he was about to shatter Qin Feng's calf. Perceiving a huge force coming, Qin Feng decisively opened his immortal Tensigen. Between his eyebrows, a red light lingered. Immortal light. At this moment, Chen Wujiu's hair stood on end. He quickly let go and almost instinctively teleported away. The immortal light shot out close to his temple, leaving a shallow bloodstain. Qin Feng took this opportunity to quickly retreat. His face was extremely dignified. He sighed in his heart. Sure enough, the immortal Tensigen was too difficult to control. Even if it was unexpected, it was difficult to really hit an expert of this level. Touching his temple and looking at the bloodstain on his hand, Chen Wujiu's face was gloomy to the extreme. It was a great shame that he bled at the hands of an ant. Chapter 528. An intense battle. Chen Wujiu stared at Qin Feng with a cold gaze and endless killing intent. Being in the hands of such an ant made him feel humiliated. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will break your bones bit by bit and marinate them in a wine jar. Chen Wujiu grinned and quickly rushed toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng retreated and covered his body with his mental strength. His figure disappeared into the air. Chen Wujiu was stunned when he saw this scene. However, he soon sneered, "Not bad. No one at the same level can do this. Unfortunately, no matter how many moves you have, you won't be able to change the situation." Chen Wujiu's face was filled with contempt. He quickly threw a punch in a direction. The space there rippled violently, and a figure fell out. It's still not enough. Qin Feng sighed. With just one punch, his mental strength was scattered. In front of such an expert, hiding one's mental strength was useless. He took a deep breath and his fighting spirit soared. His body was tense, and power was constantly surging out from his flesh. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would fight it head-on. Xiao and I dance, quickly end the battle. I will hold them back. Qin Feng shouted. Seeing Qin Feng was fine after exchanging 2 moves with Chen Wujiu, dance and Xiao and I nodded. The latter said, Qin Feng, hold on for at most 5 minutes. We can end the battle here. After saying that, he and dance looked at each other and no longer held back. They raised their condition to the peak and their attacks became sharper and more vicious. They didn't even hesitate to exchange blows, because they knew that they couldn't afford to waste any time. Once Qin Feng was defeated or dance couldn't block the attacks of several experts, they would be completely buried here. Therefore, they had no choice but to fight with their lives on the line, regardless of the cost. Under their siege, Huba also began to be surrounded by danger and fell into danger. Brother Chun, deal with that ant. Hurriedly dealing with the crazy attacks of the two, Huba shouted. Needless to say, Chen Wujiu was also angry. He was actually being looked down upon. This guy wasn't a 9th-stage Heaven Realm master, yet he dared to boast that he could hold him back. Wasn't he courting death? Heavenly soul, bone, eroding hand. He shouted and directly used his powerful trump card to deal with Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng's hair stood up and a chill ran down his spine. He realized that he was in great danger. He was confident that he could challenge a 9th-stage Heaven Realm master. But when facing a master of this Realm Master level, the pressure was great. The difference between the two. The main reason was that he had not set foot in this realm, so it was difficult for him to know the difference between the 9th stage and the half-step 9th stage Heavenly Realm. To put it simply, the former could mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for his own use and did not need to worry about running out of spiritual energy. But he could only use his spiritual energy. There was a fundamental difference. Moreover, Chen Wujiu wasn't an ordinary first Heaven Realm master. Judging from his aura, he had probably reached the 2nd Heaven Realm. In the sky, the wind howled and the wind howled. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered, and a blood-red hand slowly appeared. Immortal light. Qin Feng used his immortal light again. Although the consumption was great, it was the only move he could use to injure a 9th stage Heaven Realm master. Asterisk Xiao. Asterisk the world went silent. Then, a tyrannical aura spread out. In midair, a red mark appeared as the immortal light slammed into the giant blood-red hand. However, this time, the unstoppable, undying light was no longer able to destroy everything in its path. Instead, it clashed with the gigantic hand. Qin Feng stared at the giant hand. Between his eyebrows, his immortal reincarnation eye opened. He endured the consumption of his world energy as a bloody light condensed in his eyes. Immortal light! Qin Feng roared in rage. Another beam of undying light shot out, slamming into the gigantic hand. Pung! After a short stalemate, the giant hand shattered with a bang and a red light rushed towards Chen Wujiu. The latter's expression froze as he stared at the red light in disbelief. His move had been broken by his opponent. However, he wasn't a rookie and quickly dodged. Instead of retreating, he bypassed the immortal light and rushed towards Qin Feng. This was the first time he had used his immortal reincarnation 3 times in a row. Qin Feng staggered and couldn't dodge in time. He could only gather his world energy to his arms and then place them in front of his chest. At the same time, Chen Wujiu's palm hit his arm. Pung! Qin Feng suddenly retreated, the air behind him exploding. It was obvious how terrifying this palm was. His feet kept stepping in midair to stop his body from retreating. At this moment, his arms were numb, as if they didn't belong to him. His blood chi was surging, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he held back. At this time, he couldn't show that he was injured. Qin Feng's tenacity was beyond Chen Wujiu's expectation. Chen Wujiu's expression became gloomier. He thought that he could destroy an ant with one hand, but he had persevered until now. Since he had become enemies with such a person, he couldn't give him the slightest time to grow. As the killing intent grew in his heart, Chen Wujiu's world energy became more oppressive. Qin Feng's eyes were gloomy as black and white world energy rippled out from his body. Then he suddenly hit out. Yin-yang hand, yin-yang seal. The black and white hand stretched out, and the yin-yang seal slowly rippled in the palm. Chen Wujiu snorted and waved his sleeve. His world energy swept out like a torrent, shattering the yin-yang hand and the yin-yang seal. Yin-yang arrow. Whoosh! A yin-yang arrow with black and white light burst out. The moment the yin-yang hand and the yin-yang seal exploded, it shot towards Chen Wujiu. The latter sneered and caught the yin-yang arrow with his bare hands. Instantly, his expression changed slightly, and even the world energy rippling around him became chaotic. What's going on? Chen Wujiu frowned. Why did the world energy in his body become chaotic? Moreover, he couldn't control his limbs. 10,000 beasts, heavenly pearl. A pearl suddenly appeared beside Chen Wujiu. Then it exploded with a loud bang. Various beasts appeared and rushed towards Chen Wujiu like a turbulent flow. At this moment, Qin Feng quickly closed in. At the same time, a gray savage peak was thrown out. Under the control of the yin-yang spiritual energy, it expanded rapidly and smashed heavily on Chen Wujiu's body. Bang! The latter was shot down like a cannonball. With a loud bang, the ground trembled and dust rose into the air. A section of the small mountain was smashed and rocks rolled down. This strike caused the entire battlefield to be stunned. Everyone stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. He actually blasted Chen Wujiu flying through the air. How is this possible? After sending Chen Wujiu flying, Qin Feng didn't dare to stop. He controlled the huge savage peak and smashed it down on the broken mountain again. Rumble! In an instant, the entire mountaintop was shattered. Thick smoke rose up, and huge rocks rolled down. Even the mountain itself was cracked open. After this attack, the savage peak shrunk to its normal size and fell into Qin Feng's hand. He looked down with a solemn expression. With his spiritual energy, he could barely control it twice. Otherwise, he would keep smashing it down and wouldn't give Chen Wujiu any time to breathe. However, would this be enough to seriously injure Chen Wujiu? Qin Feng didn't know. Chapter 529. The might of a forbidden art after using the immortal light 3 times in a row and continuously using big moves. Qin Feng's spiritual energy was almost depleted, even in the Dao Yin mode. Moreover, his spiritual energy was close to exhaustion after controlling the savage peak. He did not have much combat power left. At this moment, everyone was staring at the shattered mountain with nervous expressions. Chen Wujio's life or death directly affected the entire battle. If he died, Blackwater Mountain and Nining Fortress would definitely lose. However, if he was still alive, Qin Feng would not be able to continue fighting in his current condition. Then, no one from the Great Yin Empire would survive. Qin Feng was also staring at the mountain. He swallowed a few elixirs and quickly recovered his spiritual energy. At the same time, he circulated the 100 Calamity heaven-devouring art to devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish himself. The dust on the shattered mountain gradually dissipated. A breeze blew and swept away the last bit of dust. This place was completely exposed to everyone's gaze. When they saw the scene inside, everyone could not help but gasp. There was a huge pit with huge rocks lying around. Chen Wujio was standing in the deep pit. At this moment, he was in a rather sorry state. His clothes were tattered, and there was a hideous wound on his chest. Blood dyed his chest red, and a part of his head was broken as well. Blood flowed out, staining his face and eyes red, making him look incomparably ferocious. He's really tough. Qin Feng sighed. His body's balance was disturbed. He was attacked by the 10,000 Beasts Heavenly Pearl, and he was smashed twice by the Savage Peak. However, he was still not seriously injured. This showed how strong a 9th Heaven Realm expert was. When Hu Ba saw this, although he was shocked that Qin Feng could injure Chen Wujio to this extent, he was still relieved. Chen Wujio was in a sorry state, but his injuries were not too serious. On the other hand, Qin Feng was already exhausted and could not fight anymore. Their side had already secured victory. On the other hand, the hearts of Yi Wu, Xiao and I, and the others sank. Without Qin Feng blocking Chen Wujio, once he joined the battle, they would be quickly defeated and all of them would be captured. I didn't expect things to turn out like this, Xiao and I said in a low voice. His face was unprecedentedly solemn. He looked at Yi Dance, and the latter looked back at him. A hint of madness appeared in their eyes. At this point, their only choice was to send someone to stop Chen Wujio and allow Huangfu Huanhuan to leave. However, they didn't know if they would succeed. But at the moment, this was the only way. As long as Huangfu Huanhuan could leave this place safely, it would be worth it even if they all died here. Sooner or later, Mount Blackwater and Fort 9 would be massacred and razed to the ground. Ihua, take Huanhuan and leave. Qin Feng, if you still have the strength, run away. Xiao and I said and walked towards Chen Wujio with a determined look on his face. However, he felt slightly guilty toward Qin Feng. No matter what, Qin Feng was not from Great Yin City. He was only here to help. He did not expect his life to be in danger. Huangfu Huanhuan's face was also deathly pale. They had no chance of turning the tables. The original plan remains unchanged. Suddenly, Qin Feng spoke. His tone was unusually calm. Everyone was stunned and looked at him in surprise. They could feel the emptiness in Qin Feng's body. That sense of weakness was definitely not an act. He no longer had the strength to fight. Xiao and I stared at Qin Feng with admiration on his face. Then, he shook his head and said, "We've already lost. Run away if you can." Qin Feng sighed heavily and muttered to himself, "Sigh. I don't think we've lost." You? Xiao and I stared at him, trying to figure out Qin Feng's situation. However, he couldn't see anything from Qin Feng's calm face and deep eyes. "Listen to him," Iwu suddenly said. She stared at Qin Feng with deep eyes. After all, she had fought with Qin Feng head-on. She knew that Qin Feng was not the kind of person who would speak without thinking. Since he said so, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. Xiao and I nodded and pulled back. Now was not the time to question Qin Feng. Chen Wujio stared coldly at Qin Feng and sneered. "You don't know what's good for you. Let's see what else you can do to stop me." Qin Feng glanced at him and ignored him. He muttered to himself, Dao Yin mode and primitive combat body have both been defeated. It seems like I can't stall for time. Should I use that move? But I can't fully use it yet. It seems like this is the only way. He closed his eyes and slowly formed a seal with his hands. His 10 fingers moved quickly, and an ancient technique was formed, deliberately mystifying. Chen Wujiu sneered with disdain. However, he did not hold back. He stretched out 2 fingers and wanted to dig out Qin Feng's eyeballs. Qin Feng, be careful. Sensing Chen Wujiu's ruthless move, several people hurriedly exclaimed. Chen Wujiu turned into a bolt of lightning. In a flash, he appeared in front of Qin Feng as fast as lightning. His 2 fingers were condensed with cold sharpness. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. A red mark appeared on his chest. Forbidden technique, Zhou Tian death scripture, open the gate of life. A slightly hoarse voice came from his mouth. Then, everyone's eyes suddenly froze as they stared at this scene with their mouths agape. What's going on? Xiao Enai murmured. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Actually, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Chen Wujiu's body was stiff and his expression was frozen. His heart was filled with horror. His eyes were straight. Even though the cruel reality was right in front of his eyes were still filled with disbelief and deep fear. His 2 fingers were blocked by Qin Feng, while his 2 fingers were clamped by Qin Feng's thumb and index finger on his wrist. It was like an iron clamp, causing him intense pain and making him unable to move. Ew, how is this possible? The strong wind blew Qin Feng's slender bangs, revealing a pair of cold and emotionless pitch-black eyes. Chen Wujiu's fear multiplied. Qin Feng's face was pale, but his eyes were like torches. The energy around his body was raging, and his robe was fluttering. Under the attack of the strong wind, his body was constantly trembling. Boom! Then he suddenly threw out a punch. The fist seemed to have increased in size. The air directly exploded, forming a vacuum between the two. Chen Wujiu's face was filled with fear. He wanted to dodge, but his wrist was caught. It was as if he was nailed to the ground. He could only watch as the terrifying fist landed on his chest. Pucci! His chest immediately caved in as a ferocious gust of wind directly passed through his body and shot out from his back, shattering the clothes on his back. Chen Wujiu spat out a mouthful of blood. All of it splashed onto Qin Feng's face. Then, looking at his bloodthirsty face and red eyes, Chen Wujiu's voice trembled. Let me go. Qin Feng's face was expressionless as he threw out a second punch. Along with the spreading of the energy, Chen Wujiu's chest exploded. Blood, bones, and internal organs spurted out. In an instant, an extremely tyrannical force obliterated all of his vitality. After Qin Feng let go, Chen Wujiu's body fell heavily to the ground. After killing Chen Wujiu, Qin Feng also suffered from the backlash of the forbidden technique. Streaks of bloody light shot out from the surface of his body. His body could not withstand it, and his flesh split open. His vision turned black, and he quickly fell to the ground. Chapter 530. Splitting the spoils. Qin Feng had forcefully opened the gate of life under extreme exhaustion. Although he had killed Chen Wujiu with 2 punches, he had also suffered heavy injuries. The backlash from a forbidden technique was not simple. It could easily lead to death. Moreover, he had just fought a bitter battle and was in a terrible state. The damage caused by the backlash was much more severe than when he was at his peak. I was too careless this time. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly as he endured the dizziness in his head. He had underestimated a 9th-stage Heaven Realm Master and thought that he could hold them back. If he had used Zhou Tian Sheng's death scripture from the start, the backlash would have been much better. Of course, it was hard to say whether he could kill Chen Wujiu with 2 punches when he was at his peak. After all, the demon eye only said that Zhou Tian Sheng's death scripture could defeat a Heaven Realm Master after opening one. It didn't mean that he could suppress a Heaven Realm Master in this state. It was undeniable that he could kill Chen Wujiu with 2 punches. The power of the Gate of Life was indeed great, but it was also because the latter was injured and careless. In short, it wasn't bad to be able to achieve this. Huangfu Huan controlled his flying artifact and quickly flew away. Ihua followed beside him to protect him, in case there were any fish that escaped the net. However, it was clear that he was overthinking things. After Chen Wujiu was killed by Qin Feng, his elite subordinates had completely lost their will to battle. All of them were trembling with fear. Following the death of their chief, their side had no hope of victory. Even if they struggled to hold on, it was only for the final battle. At this moment, Hu Ba's heart sank to the bottom. Under Yi Wu and Xiao Ni's attacks, his defense was already very weak. In a moment of carelessness, he was hit in the chest by Xiao Ni. As he flew back, he was hit by Yi Wu's palm from behind. Hu Ba spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura suddenly weakened, and he crashed into the pile of rocks below. Yi Wu and Xiao Ni followed suit. The spirit qi in their bodies erupted without restraint. They attacked crazily, not giving Hu Ba any time to breathe. On the ground, the spirit energy continued to roar and explode. The mountain rocks and giant trees were all shattered by the impact. Some of the larger boulders, under the surge of spirit energy, strangely floated and rotated, then smashed down like meteorites. The earth trembled and the air exploded. A figure shot out. His entire body was covered in blood, and his aura was weak. Whoosh! Xiao and I flashed and appeared in front of Hu Ba like a ghost. He formed a strange seal with one hand and then heavily tapped on Hu Ba's body. When his finger touched Hu Ba's body, there seemed to be a few ripples of light that entered Hu Ba's body. Then, Hu Ba's spiritual energy suddenly disappeared as Xiao and I sealed his spiritual energy. Bang! Xiao and I kicked out, and Hu Ba was sent flying. He only managed to stop after crashing into a huge boulder that weighed over 10,000 kilograms. Pucci! Hu Ba's face turned completely pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was unyielding and did not beg for mercy. He only said coldly, Hu Ba, admit defeat at your hands today. If you want to kill me, then do it quickly. Huan, how do you plan to deal with him? Xiao and I did not look at Hu Ba. He turned to Huangfu Huan and asked. Under Yi Wu's attack, the elites of the Nineteen stronghold who fought with Zhou Mo were all killed. This place was already flattened, and there was no more danger. Huangfu Huan supported Qin Feng and walked over. She glanced at Hu Ba indifferently and said, dumbfounded, wait a minute. Xiao and I was about to attack, but Qin Feng stopped him. He walked over to Hu Ba and said, let me do this. Looking down at the heavily injured Hu Ba, Qin Feng used the remaining spirit qi in his body to circulate the 100 calamity heaven-devouring technique. The devouring power exploded and devoured all of Hu Ba's spiritual energy. Under the shocked gazes of the others, Hu Ba's body continued to shrink until he was only skin and bones. After devouring Hu Ba's spiritual energy, Qin Feng's complexion turned for the better. The spiritual energy in his qi also gradually recovered. You can devour other people's spiritual energy for your own use. At this moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. Everyone's spiritual energy had its own special attribute. It was different from other people's spiritual energy and could not coexist, unless there was an absolute suppression of strength. Otherwise, when two types of spiritual energy collided in the body, the only outcome would be to explode and die. However, after devouring Hu Ba's spiritual energy, Qin Feng did not feel any discomfort. Instead, his injuries healed a little. Qin Feng smiled and did not explain. The outside world was vast and endless, and there were all kinds of strange things. He did not need to hide it. Although this method was strange and evil, it was not an evil technique in the outside world. He walked over to Chen Wujiu's corpse and devoured his spiritual energy as well. The spirit qi of two ninth-stage Heaven Realm Masters was absolutely vigorous, almost allowing his exhausted spirit qi to recover to its peak. His move shocked Yi Wu, Xiao Ni, and the others. For an ordinary person, it was impossible to recover so quickly without a few days of spiritual energy. However, Qin Feng only used a few minutes to recover most of his spiritual energy. Of course, this was purely the recovery of spiritual energy and had nothing to do with his injuries. Therefore, even if Qin Feng recovered his spiritual energy, he was still seriously injured. However, with the help of spiritual energy recovery, his injuries recovered slightly. Now that he was at the peak of the half-step heaven realm, the spiritual energy of those of the same realm, or those weaker than him, was of no help to him. Therefore, Qin Feng was too lazy to devour their spiritual energy. Since the Nining Fortress attacked us, we can't let them live, Xiao and I said coldly. Everyone nodded. This time, if it were not for Qin Feng, they would have all died because of the Nining Fortress. Therefore, they naturally would not let this group of bandits go. You guys recuperate here first. We'll be back soon. Yi Wu and Xiao and I interrogated a Nining Fortress powerhouse about the location of their headquarters before he died. With their strength, they quickly entered the Nining Fortress territory. After losing the protection of the powerhouses, there was no resistance. The second largest bandit group in the unfolding mountain range was flattened, and all the bandits were killed. While they were attacking the Nining Fortress, Qin Feng and the others were not idle. They found the Blackwater Mountain's treasury and divided the Purple Stairs. The Blackwater Mountain had stood tall in the unfolding mountain range for so many years, so their collection was naturally rich. They had all kinds of spiritual pills, spiritual techniques, and battle skills. Although this battle was thrilling, they had defeated two of the largest bandit groups in a row, so their harvest could be considered plentiful. When they were dividing the spoils of war between the two bandit groups, Qin Feng collected all the gold, silver, and jewels that they did not care about. Your ambition is too low. The group looked at Qin Feng and was speechless. What they cared about were high-level spiritual techniques, battle skills, exotic flowers, herbs, and spiritual pills. This guy, on the other hand, was only interested in those gold, silver, and jewels that were not very useful for cultivation. After collecting the last fist-sized piece of gold, Qin Feng clapped his hands and said righteously, "These things that you don't care about are an eyesore here. All right, now that it's quiet, let's divide the spoils." Chapter 531. Before parting, Yi Wu snorted and said, "You're really shameless." Qin Feng acted as if nothing had happened and looked at the herbs, pills, and rare herbs on ground. Blackwater Mountain and Nining Stronghold had quite a lot of treasures. They didn't have anything too good, but there were a lot of low and mid-grade treasures. When they were piled up, they were 3 meters high. Huangfu Huanhuan naturally didn't care about these things and would even give them to the others for revenge. Qin Feng and the others didn't hesitate to put these things into their own Qinquan bags. In next to no time, his Qinquan bag was filled, and then he shamelessly asked Huangfu Huanhuan for an even larger Qinquan bag. To the imperial family's little princess, Huangfu Huanhuan, these treasures were naturally nothing in her eyes. Yi Wu, Xiao and I, Zhou Mo, and the others all had their own forces behind them. Although these treasures were not bad for them, they were not essential. They were more concerned about the special treasures, magic treasures, or high-grade magical techniques that Huangfu Huanhuan had promised them. However, Qin Feng was different. He was a loose cultivator without any background. As long as it was something related to cultivation, he would naturally not reject it. Therefore, none of these people were as fast as him in faking it. In the end, the best treasures were all picked out. The others were too lazy to put these trash into their spatial pouches, so the rest went to Qin Feng. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. No matter what it was, even if it was a low-grade herb, he didn't refuse it and put it all away. Everyone looked at Qin Feng in a daze as he took everything on the ground. He even put away the stones that weren't special spirit stones. All of you, don't look at me like that. We are poor. You can't just waste the things that you don't fancy. I will take it all by myself. Seeing the stunned expressions of the crowd, Qin Feng smiled shyly and bluntly said, "You are really thrifty." Looking at this situation, Xiao and I shook his head and laughed. "I'm just a nameless loose cultivator. My background is not as deep as yours. It is normal for you to look down on me, but I am different." Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Once upon a time, I would even worry about some low-grade medicinal ingredients. For a battle skill that wasn't considered too high level, I would work hard for a very long time." Hearing Qin Feng's words, the smiles on everyone's faces gradually disappeared. They were no longer laughing. They understood how difficult it was for a rogue cultivator to cultivate without the support of any faction. Every item they had, every medicinal ingredient, battle skill, technique, and so on, they had to fight for it themselves. As for them, they all had huge forces behind them. From the moment they were born, they could casually discard things that others envied. In the eyes of others, no matter how hard they struggled, they might not be able to obtain something. However, to them, they might be able to obtain it just by moving their mouths. Huangfu Huan looked at Qin Feng, paused for a moment, and suddenly said, "Actually, with your talent, if you enter the palace, you will definitely be heavily groomed." Qin Feng smiled and shook his head, saying, "I still have things to do. I can't stay here forever. If there are no accidents, I should be leaving in a few days." Since everything here was settled, Qin Feng was indeed planning to leave. He couldn't possibly keep waiting for news from the Song family. "You're leaving?" Apart from Yiwu, everyone else was stunned. Qin Feng nodded slightly and said, "I don't belong to the Great Yin Empire. There are still many things that I need to do." Everyone had gone through thick and thin together in this battle. Unknowingly, they had become much closer to each other during this battle. On the way back, they were not in a hurry. According to Qin Feng's request, they walked and stopped for 3 days before arriving at Great Yin City. During these 3 days, Qin Feng's injuries were almost healed. The reason he had such a request was mainly to prevent people with ulterior motives from using underhanded means. Therefore, he had to return to Great Yin City in peak condition. It was already night when they returned to Great Yin City. Instead of returning home, they followed Huangfu Huan directly to a manor of the Yi family. Everyone raised their cups and drank together to celebrate the victory of this battle. The atmosphere was very lively and harmonious. Going through thick and thin together was the easiest way to bridge the gap between people. That was how they were. After going through the gates of hell, their friendship had improved a lot. Even Xiao and I announced that he would no longer obstruct Qin Feng from pursuing Yiwu. He wanted to compete with him fairly. However, Yiwu and Qin Feng's faces were dark. There was no such thing. Xiao and I continued to speak to himself, appearing very generous. I really didn't expect that a half-step peak could kill a 9th-stage Heaven Realm cultivator. If this were to spread out, it would definitely be a story that would be passed down through the ages. After a few cups of wine, Xiao and I was also floating, his big mouth smacking nonstop. However, this sentence made everyone's heart skip a beat. Yes, a half-step pinnacle could kill a 9th-level Heaven Realm cultivator. This kind of thing had never happened before. At least, they had never seen or heard of it. As for some records in this area, there was no real evidence, so it was hard to believe. However, Qin Feng did it. He killed Qin Wujia with the strength of a half-step pinnacle right in front of their eyes. What was the last move you used? I didn't sense any spirit power fluctuations. Yiwu glanced at Qin Feng and asked, "I was just lucky." Qin Feng smiled and did not say much. When everyone heard this, they did not ask anymore. Everyone had their own secrets that they did not want others to know. After drinking for a while, everyone became dizzy and fell asleep on the table. Qin Feng glanced at them and quietly left the hall. He went outside and leaned against the stone railing. The cold wind that blew against his face cleared his dizzy mind. "Qin Feng, are you really going to leave?" Suddenly, a soft voice sounded out. Qin Feng turned his head and found that Huangfu Huan had come out at some point. She was sitting on the stone railing and looking at the dark stars. Her usual playful smile had been replaced by calmness. Qin Feng paused for a moment. A sigh seemed to have sounded out as he lifted his foot and walked over. On the stone railing, The two of them leaned against the raised stone bench and looked at the deep starry sky that seemed to be able to devour their minds. They were silent for a long time. In fact, as long as you enter the Imperial Palace, I can guarantee that you will receive the best training, and no force will dare to do anything to you, Huangfu Huan said in a low voice. Qin Feng smiled and shook his head. After a long silence, he said softly, "Everyone has their own responsibilities. I don't belong here. Even if I am given the best conditions, I am not a person of this place. Leaving is a choice I must make." Hearing this, Huangfu Huan sighed and knew that it was useless to say anything more. She flipped her jade hand, and a simple gray ring appeared in her hand. Chapter 532. Brother and sister in distress. The ring was simple and unadorned, like an ancient artifact. It was dark gray in color and had faint patterns on it that seemed to be formed naturally, but also seemed to be man-made. Space rings, also known as storage rings, were of a higher grade than Chinquin bags. Not only could they store items for a longer period of time, but they were also more spacious. Some high-grade storage rings could even store living creatures. If the space inside was large enough, mountains and rivers could even be moved inside. "This thing is too valuable. You just have to give me what belongs to me," Qin Feng said. Storage rings were indeed rare treasures. At the very least, he had never heard of such things in St. Ryu Inn and the imperial capital. However, this was not absolute for him. He was more concerned about the good things that were promised to him. Knowing Qin Feng's worries, Huangfu Huan curled his lips and said, "Everything is inside. As for how much, I can only say that it's more than you think." Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He hurriedly took the storage ring and scanned its contents with his mind. Soon after, he gasped. The 9-turn glass flower, dragon beard grass, 8 caltriporn, 6-legged black ginseng, and other rare herbs and pills that Huangfu Huan had given him when he first left Blackwater Mountain were all inside. In addition, there were other special herbs and a few large boxes. Most importantly, the space inside the storage ring was extremely vast. "Why would I lie to you?" Huangfu Huan snapped when he saw Qin Feng's anxious expression. Qin Feng smiled embarrassedly. He did not expect Huangfu Huan to be so straightforward and give him so many extra good things. "If it wasn't for you, I might not have been able to come back. Therefore, you deserve all of these. As for this storage ring, you can only count yourself lucky. Some things can only be preserved by storing them in here." Huangfu Huan glanced at Qin Feng and said with a pained expression, "However, the storage ring is only for a period of time. Once you've used up everything inside, you'll have to return it to me. You can do that?" Qin Feng was startled, but he soon nodded. He had heard that some special items might expire or deteriorate after being stored in a Chinquin bag. "Looks like there's something special inside. The royal family is truly a huge treasure trove," Qin Feng thought to himself as he held the storage ring in his hand. After that, he nodded at Huangfu Huan and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely return it once I've used up everything inside." Huangfu Huan looked to Qin Feng and said, "When are you leaving?" "I'll accompany you." Qin Feng was stunned. He understood what she meant. She wanted him to leave this place safely. He shook his head slightly and said, "There are some things that I need to solve myself. You can protect me for now, but you can't protect me forever. However, if there really was someone who harbored malicious intentions towards you, it wouldn't be Chen Wujiu or Hu Ba." Hearing this, Qin Feng faintly smiled and said, "If I can't even deal with this situation, I wouldn't have been able to live until today. I appreciate your kind intentions, but if I want to completely deal with all future troubles, I still have to do it myself." Without saying goodbye to anyone, Qin Feng took advantage of the darkness to leave this courtyard. However, he had only taken a few steps when Zhou Emo suddenly appeared behind him. "You're finally here." Qin Feng turned around to look at her. There was no trace of surprise on his face. Zhou Emo looked at him in surprise. "You knew that I wanted to talk to you about something?" Qin Feng smiled and said, "You and I have the same elemental power. Even if you didn't talk to me, I would have talked to you before I left. This was the truth. He didn't want to learn about how to control the demonic eye's power from Zhou Mo. Even though his demonic eye had always been helping him and had no ill intentions, he knew that this was all temporary. He had never forgotten that the demonic eye's original intention was to possess his body and replace him. As such, he also wanted to learn how to control the demonic eye. He had this idea from the very beginning, but he had never been able to find a way. Zhou Mo's appearance opened a door in front of him, allowing him to see hope. It's not convenient to talk here. Qin Feng scanned the surroundings and didn't find anything abnormal. However, for safety's sake, he brought Zhou Mo back to the Song family. In the room, the two had serious expressions. Just like Qin Feng's thoughts, Zhou Mo also had a similar mentality. No one knew how much she had paid to control the power in her body. How to control this power? The two spoke at almost the same time. Qin Feng was astonished and said, "You can't control this power? Even you can't?" Zhou Mo also looked at him in surprise. "What's the situation? You didn't suffer any backlash when you control that power." Qin Feng asked. If Zhou Mo couldn't control the demonic eye in her body, how could she use the demonic eye's power without paying any price? "Even if I can control it, it's only temporary." Zhou Mo sighed and said in a low voice, "For as long as I can remember, there's been a black eye in my body. At first, I was very afraid, but no one could detect it." Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded. He was also in the same situation. When he first saw the demonic eye, he also told the elders in the clan, but no one could detect it. "This eye has always been in my body, but there was no movement. Later, I gradually discovered that its power is very strong. If I use the right method, I can mobilize it." Speaking until here, Zhou Mo's face was somewhat gloomy and worried. "But in recent years, I can feel that its power has become stronger. Especially in recent days, it seems that its power has been used more and more. It seems like it's showing signs of awakening. I can still suppress it now, but if it really awakens, I'm afraid I'll be swallowed in an instant. That day I saw that you also had this power in your body. I thought you could control it." Hearing Zhou Mo's words, Qin Feng smiled bitterly. His thoughts were the same as hers. "It seems that neither of us has a way to control the demonic eye." Qin Feng smiled bitterly. Other than him, there were two other people who also had demonic eyes, but their situations were different. His was treacherous, mysterious, and unpredictable. Lucio Saishiue's was violent, murderous, and bloody. Zhou Mo's was reserved, deep, and low-key. They had the same eye, but their situations were completely different, so there was no way to refer to it. "Are you in the same situation as me?" Zhou Mo asked. "I made a deal with it," Qin Feng said. It woke up. Zhou Mo was shocked. The demonic eye in her body was like an inanimate object, so she could use its power. She never thought that the demonic eye in Qin Feng's body was actually alive. "Once the demonic eye in your body awakens, I'm afraid you'll be taken over by it. It's the same for me. Once the time is right, if I can't deal with it, I'll be replaced by it." Qin Feng smiled bitterly. "We're really brothers and sisters in trouble." Shaking her head, Zhou Mo paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, "If the demonic eye in my body awakens one day, do you think it's possible to fight against the demonic eye in your body?" Hearing this, Qin Feng was startled. He had never thought about this question. After thinking seriously for a moment, he nodded. "Maybe we can try." Chapter 533. News of an old friend. "You want to leave with me?" Qin Feng looked at her in surprise. "If you don't want to stay here, then I can only leave with you because I feel that I don't have much time left." Zhou Mo nodded. Soon after, he said seriously, "Actually, I'm leaning towards the latter. In Great Yin City, although we have the support of our clan, we also lose the unpredictability of cultivation. If we follow the prescribed order and walk the path that our elders have arranged for us, our achievements may not be bad, but it will inevitably be somewhat boring. I've thought about leaving Great Yin City after I reach the 9th stage Heaven Realm and roam the outside world." "You actually have such thoughts?" Qin Feng looked at Zhou and Mo strangely. He didn't expect that this little girl would give up her envious background and backing to experience the loneliness and loneliness of the bumpy road alone. However, he admitted that there was a certain degree of merit in these words. On the path of cultivation, if one didn't experience the bumpy road of thorns, wind, frost, rain, and hardships, they would only be flowers in a greenhouse. They were bright, but could only be appreciated. Of course, this wasn't absolute. It was just that he believed that a diamond would only become more resplendent after being polished over and over again. He firmly believed that only by enduring hardships that ordinary people couldn't endure could one obtain strength that ordinary people didn't possess. If your family agrees, I don't mind. Qin Feng nodded and said. He also wanted to see how the two demon eyes would react if they were together for a long time. After sending Zhou and Mo off, Qin Feng returned to his room and carefully considered the feasibility of Zhou Mo's method. It could be said that it was difficult to predict whether it would be a blessing or a curse. If these two demon eyes were opposing each other, it would naturally be good, but if they were together, then they would be in trouble. It could also be said that this was a gamble of death if they lost. Jia, are you trying to use that demon eye to restrain me? Suddenly, the demon eye laughed sinisterly. Qin Feng didn't comment. The demon eye wasn't asleep, so there was no need for him to hide anything. This move of yours is very dangerous, demon, I said faintly. Qin Feng shrugged. Wealth comes from danger. Once you recover and can activate the demon contract, I'm afraid I won't exist anymore. What a smart kid. The demon I couldn't help but laugh. You've made a risky move, but fortunately, you've made the right choice. That demon I makes me feel danger. If it really awakens one day, I'll find a way to get rid of it. However, looking at the situation of that little girl, she probably won't awaken within the next 2 years. You just have to look forward to having the power to contend against me in these 2 years. Brat, you don't have much time left. If you can't resist, then obediently let me possess your body. With a sinister laugh, the demonic I slowly fell silent. Sigh, being an evil person is indeed easier than being a good person. Little fellow, don't blame me for making things difficult for you. If you don't have the qualifications and confidence to reach the end, you might as well be immortal for your entire life. This monster has been getting more and more restless recently. Has the seal weakened? Or the heaven's fisher is coming, and it has received the summons of the sky beyond heaven? In the void, there was a shallow old voice, full of desolation and twilight, slowly drifting. The matter was done, and the revenge was in his hands. Qin Feng didn't have to worry about cultivation resources in the short term. It was also time for him to leave. He had been staying in the Song family for the past 2 days. He didn't want to alert the enemy about his departure, so only Song Tsangyan knew. However, Song Shui, who had been living with him, seemed to have noticed something. She had been following Qin Feng around for the past few days. She knew Qin Feng's intentions. She also understood that a person like him couldn't be stopped by just anyone. At least, she didn't have the qualifications. The burden on his shoulders made him have to constantly move forward and become stronger. Staying in the Song family might lead a comfortable life, but his heart would always be suppressed, and he wouldn't be able to obtain true happiness. Only by going through difficulties unimaginable by ordinary people and persevering through them would he be able to continuously stimulate his potential. This might be very difficult, very unbearable, and very torturous, but his heart would be full. He wouldn't be able to enjoy the good times that people his age should enjoy. He was strong, and freedom was his reason. An eagle should spread its wings and soar. It shouldn't be limited to one place. Big Brother Qin Feng, your sky is this world, not Great Yin City. However, my sky sees you, and it can only see you. Song Shui looked at Qin Feng, who was meditating under the willow tree. She sighed softly and walked over. Big Brother Qin Feng, are you leaving? She asked in a low voice. Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked at Song Shui. After a while, he nodded slightly and said, Little Shui, I'm sorry. I don't belong here. I know. Song Shui lowered her head and drew circles on the ground with her feet. After a while, she said in a low voice, "Will Big Brother Qin Feng come back?" After saying that, her cheeks flushed red. Looking at the shy and lovely Song Shui, Qin Feng's mouth had a trace of bitterness. Maybe, maybe not. If there really comes a day, I might sever all ties with this place, everyone and everything. Qin Feng knew Song Shui's feelings, but he could only apologize. Therefore, he didn't want to give her any more hope. However, it was true that he wanted to sever all ties with this place. This was because his path would be difficult, and the things he would face in the future would be terrifying. Perhaps one day, he, who came out of the primitive land, would become the enemy of the entire world. He didn't want to implicate the great Yin Empire. Of course, this was the possibility that he didn't want to see the most. Qin Feng. Suddenly, a soft voice sounded. Song Sangyun walked over from afar and appeared in a few breaths. Patriarch Song. Qin Feng greeted in unison. He cupped his fists and bowed. "Qin Feng, you're too polite. There's no need for such formalities between us." Song Sangyun waved his hand and looked at Song Shui. He sighed helplessly in his heart. How could he not see his granddaughter's feelings? However, he also knew that Qin Feng didn't have any feelings for her. Therefore, this was destined to be a one-sided love. "Qin Feng, do you recognize this?" Song Sangyun restrained his emotions and took out a pendant. Qin Feng looked at the pendant. A moment later, a flash of joy suddenly appeared on his face. He said anxiously, "This belongs to a friend of mine. Do you know her whereabouts?" "Yes." Song Sangyun nodded slightly. "Some time ago, our people found a person who looked very similar to the girl on the spatial seal stone. Due to special circumstances, we couldn't bring her back. We could only think of a way to take this item from her and verify it with you." "Yes, this is indeed a girl's item," Qin Feng said. Because he didn't know what the people of this world thought of the primitive land, Qin Feng didn't reveal their real information and casually gave them a nickname. This so-called girl's name was naturally Big Flower Explosion. "Where is she?" Qin Feng asked anxiously. "Sin City," Song Sangyun whispered. Hearing this, Qin Feng was stunned. He subconsciously clenched his fists. After being here for so long, he naturally knew that Sin City was the most chaotic place in the northwest of this continent. It was a place where no one cared about anything. There was no system, only blood and slaughter. It was a place where wanted criminals, ruthless bandits, and rogues of various countries fled. As long as one entered that place, there would be no restrictions or control. Chapter 534. Leave. It was good news that there were traces of the explosive flower, but it was also bad news. Qin Feng was very worried. "Patriarch Song, what's her situation? Why didn't you bring her back?" Qin Feng asked. "She seems to have been raised as a monster. My people only caught a glimpse of her from afar. They spent a lot of money to obtain this item from her through special channels." At this point, Song Sangyun sighed and said, "Sin City is too chaotic. None of the other countries can interfere. Therefore, my people are powerless and do not dare to act recklessly." Hearing this, Qin Feng's heart trembled violently. The explosive flower was raised as a monster, and she was caught in Sin City. "Patriarch Song, is this news reliable?" His voice trembled slightly. "It's hard to say. That faction has some background. We outsiders can't investigate too much. We only found out a little after asking around. Maybe the situation isn't that bad." Feeling the cold aura emitted from Qin Feng, Song Sangyun's eyes narrowed. He didn't know what relationship Qin Feng had with the explosive flower, but there were some things he had to say in advance. "Qin Feng, whether this is true or not, you have to think about it carefully. Don't be reckless." Song Sangyun warned seriously. Sin City is not an ordinary place. There is no one you can rely on there. Moreover, there are people there who will deal with you. "Deal with me? Why?" Qin Feng was surprised. He didn't feel that he had offended anyone in Sin City. "Because of Su Li." Song Sangyun looked at Qin Feng and said, "Do you know who Su Li's brother is?" Qin Feng shook his head. "Su Yi, ranked third on the ambitious person list. That person is extremely scheming, unpredictable, treacherous, and extremely dangerous. He's one of the top characters in Sin City. You killed his younger brother. If he finds out that you've appeared in Sin City, he'll definitely not let you go, Song Songyun said. Qin Feng's eyes drooped. He didn't expect that the first person he killed in the outside world would have such a troublesome background. To be able to make such a name for himself in Sin City, a place that even the empires didn't want to mess with, there was no doubt that this person was an extraordinary person. Regarding this person, time is of the essence. That's all we know. But without a doubt, entering Sin City is an extremely dangerous matter. Big Brother Qin Feng. Qin Feng was silent for a moment. He waved his hand to interrupt Song Shue's words and said softly, "She can be considered as my younger sister. So even if it is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I have to rush in." "Qin Feng, you mustn't," Song Songyun advised. "This matter needs to be discussed at length. We can ask the imperial family to step in. Aren't all the countries unable to intervene? A tough stance is definitely not possible, but we can negotiate and coordinate. I think that as long as we can afford the price, buying someone back should not be a problem," Song Songyun said. "I'm afraid this series of complicated processes will take a long time." Song Songyun was stunned for a moment, but then he nodded and said, "For an empire to intervene in Sin City, it indeed needs to take care of various aspects. Qin Feng, this is the safest way." Qin Feng was silent for a while. After a long time, he raised his head, took a deep breath, and said in a low voice, "It's too long. I can't afford to wait." "Thank you for telling me, clan leader Song." Qin Feng cupped his hands. Song Songyun wanted to say something, but when he saw Qin Feng's determined face, he knew that he couldn't persuade him. He could only sigh helplessly. After receiving the explosive news, Qin Feng didn't dare to delay any longer. He originally planned to leave 3 days later, but he could only bring forward his departure to today. Without any hesitation, he found Zhou Mo and told him the time of departure. Although the latter didn't know what was going on, he still prepared everything as quickly as possible. Late at night, he didn't say goodbye to anyone and left Great Flame City with Zhou Mo. The two of them sneaked out of the city and ran straight to the forest outside the city. Their departure was very sudden. Apart from Song Songyun and Song Shue, no one else noticed. Therefore, no one should be aware of it for the time being. However, just as the two of them were about to enter the forest, a disdainful voice suddenly came from behind them. "Hey lass, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Did you do something wrong?" The sudden voice startled Qin Feng and Zhou Mo, who were tense. The two of them turned around at the same time. Under the moonlight, they could see Dance's playful face. After a long while, they gradually regained their senses. What are you doing here?" Qin Feng asked. "I came out to have fun. What else can I do?" Dance said with a smile. She walked toward the two of them and asked, "Where are you going?" "Have fun." Qin Feng glanced at her. "Why can't I?" Dance spread out her hands and said, "Master said that I have reached a higher level in my cultivation and it is time to see the outside world. Therefore, he asked me to come out and gain experience. Since you're going, let's go together." Looking at Dance, Qin Feng was silent for a moment. Then he asked, "This is your master's idea, right? Why are you—" "No, we met by chance." Dance had just finished speaking when she quickly covered her mouth and shook her head. "Don't deny it." Looking at Dance, who was trying to hide something, Qin Feng rolled his eyes. How could his master let her go out and gain experience alone with someone like her? "Oomph." Dance snorted. She asked defiantly, "How do you know that it was my master's idea?" "I don't think I said that." Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and laughed softly. "Although you are powerful, you're different from Xiao and I. You are inexperienced and do not know the ways of the world. When you go out, I am afraid that you will be at a disadvantage. The scariest thing in the outside world is not one's power, but one's heart. This is the most difficult thing to predict. You have not come into contact with the outside world, so it is inevitable that you will encounter accidents. You need someone to accompany you, and I happen to be your best choice." After listening to Qin Feng's analysis, Dance opened her mouth wide in disbelief. Did this guy eavesdrop on her conversation with her master? He was simply repeating her master's words. You? How do you know so clearly? Did you eavesdrop on our conversation? Dance asked suspiciously. Qin Feng could not be bothered to answer her. Dance pursed her lips and said unhappily, Master said that you are not simple and your background might be very unusual. However, as long as you are not harmful to the great Yin Empire, he will not interfere. He thinks that you might be able to let him experience a layer of the world that he has not experienced before. Perhaps I will be able to gain something by following you. Qin Feng was shocked. Could it be that the old emperor had seen through his background? Chapter 535. Luo Feng Slope, her? Qin Feng was stunned. That's right. You should know how many pairs of eyes are watching you. They won't dare to do anything overboard in the city, but it might not be the case once you leave this place. Once you leave the city, they'll definitely try to kill you. However, if I follow you, they'll have some scruples because of the relationship between the Yi family and the imperial family, Dance said. What does this have to do with Huangfu Huanhuan? Qin Feng asked. Are you stupid? Dance rolled her eyes and said, You saved her twice. When she found out that you were leaving, she found me, who was also planning to go out to train, and asked me to go with you. She also guessed that you would leave secretly, so she asked me to keep an eye on you. Qin Feng was stunned. He understood Huangfu Huanhuan's intention. He was using Dance as a shield. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with the imperial family of the Great Yin Empire. He would not be in a situation like the ninth princess in the future. Thank you, he said softly in his heart. There's no need for you. Zhou Mo pouted and said, I've already told my family. When they find out that we're leaving, my family will warn those who are ready to make a move. You stupid girl. You're a little treasure trove like Qin Feng. They'll be overjoyed if you come with us. Dance chuckled. Besides, the Zhou family is indeed powerful, but can they compare to my family? Don't forget that I have the imperial family behind me. Zhou Mo was speechless, unable to speak. Don't worry. With me around, those people won't dare to make a move no matter how bold they are. Dance walked to Qin Feng and patted his shoulder like an old man. Qin Feng fell silent after hearing her words. He had been thinking about this problem during this period and had been thinking of ways to avoid this situation. If he left Great Yin City, those people in the dark would probably make a move immediately. After all, he had offended more than just those families who wanted to take over the Song family. There were also many people who coveted the treasures he had obtained on the third floor of the Divination Pavilion. If he had Dance by his side, with the power behind her, those fellows would indeed be a little afraid and would not dare to act recklessly. If anything happened to Yi Wu because of them, they would definitely offend the powerful Yi family. The royal family would also investigate to the end, so they naturally had to think twice. Moreover, Zhou Mo was indeed a small treasure trove. When the two small treasure troves were put together, it would only attract more covetous gazes. However, with the help of the Dance, everything was easily solved. What do you think? Do you need me to protect you? Dance raised her head proudly, her face full of pride. Looking at the proud Dance, Qin Feng and Zhou Mo looked at each other. Soon after, the two of them smiled and opened their arms. Welcome! The sudden enthusiasm of the two stunned Dance. She glanced at the two of them with a suspicious look on her face. Why did she feel like she had been tricked? However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. She had been so excited that she could go out to gain experience and become an independent expert that she could not grasp this feeling. In that case, let's go. Dance thought that Qin Feng and Zhou Mo did not refuse because of her powerful strength. She walked in front of them like a big sister and asked, Where are we going next? Qin Feng and Zhou Mo were still smiling. You decide. Dance was a little uncomfortable with the enthusiasm of the two of them. She shrank back and asked, What did you plan to do before this? To the west, Qin Feng said with a smile. To the west, the Tai Lan Empire? Dance was stunned. She immediately nodded and said, The Tylon Empire and the Great Yin Empire have a good relationship. However, I don't want to enter the city again. I don't like it. I prefer to go to the remote mountains and forests. Edance shook her head slightly. She looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Why are you going to the west?" "I have some personal matters to deal with," Qin Feng said with a smile. "Is it urgent?" "Not all." "That's good." Edance clapped her hands and said, "In that case, let's go somewhere else first. I like to explore inaccessible places. Why don't we go to the Luo Feng Slope? It's also close to the Tylon Empire. We can go there." "Luo Feng Slope?" Zhou Mo clapped his hands in surprise and shouted, "Great! I like to go there too. Maybe we can get the inheritance of the phoenix if we are lucky." "Yes." Dance nodded with a yearning look. "There are groups of spirit beasts there, and herbs are abundant there. You can even see very high great herbs there. We can go there and train ourselves. If we are lucky, we can also get a lot of treasures. It is said that a phoenix fell there. Until now, no one has been able to find the burial place of the phoenix. That is an unknown and mysterious place filled with the desire to explore. I also heard that many explorers went there to get the treasures of the phoenix. That divine beast, even a feather on its body, is a great killing weapon. I heard that many explorers, forest hunters, and some dark organizations went there and never came out. They mysteriously disappeared. 2 years ago, I heard that a Ninth Heaven Realm super expert who was about to enter the Forbidden Zone disappeared mysteriously. There are too many legends. This time, we must go there properly." Seeing the two chattering nonstop, Qin Feng really wanted to ask, even a Sixth Heaven Realm expert fell there. "Who gave you the confidence?" "Qin Feng, what do you plan to do?" "Since it is in the west, then..." After thinking for a while, Qin Feng nodded. "It is too troublesome to walk there like this. Ladies, why don't we have a race to see who is faster?" Qin Feng looked back at Great Yin City and then looked at the two ladies provocatively. Seeing this, the two ladies were immediately interested. As if they had been injected with chicken blood, they stirred up their spirit energy and galloped away. Qin Feng smiled and did not refute. He summoned his light wings and quickly followed. "Hurry up! Why are you so slow?" Dance shouted in front. The three figures cut through the night sky and quickly went far away. On Great Yin City, a few figures stood and looked helplessly at the three people leaving. They all sighed. The imperial family has intervened. The plan has changed. Let's go back and discuss it again. The three of them rushed at full speed. The next morning, they arrived at a small town near Sin City. "Let's buy some supplies here and then attack Luo Feng Slope," Dance said. She and Zhou Mo quickly got busy. It was obvious that they were very excited. "I'm not going to Luo Feng Slope," Qin Feng said suddenly. "What?" The two looked at him in confusion. Dance said, "What is wrong with your brain?" "There is an urgent matter that needs to be dealt with." Qin Feng looked at Zhou Mo and said, "You two go first. After I deal with this matter, I will go to Luo Feng Slope and meet up with you." "Then where are you going?" Zhou Mo asked. "The Supreme Blue Empire. I found an old friend, so I'm going to take a look." Qin Feng smiled and waved his hand. As he walked, he said, "You can also wait for me here for 3 days. If you don't come back in 3 days, I might lose interest in Luo Feng Slope. You can go by yourselves." Chapter 536. Body refinement with Sanpu Divine, Liquor Qin Feng didn't give them any chance to ask questions. He left the town alone and rushed towards the Supreme Blue Empire. Sin City was on the east side of the Supreme Blue Empire. He didn't want to let Dance and Zhou Mo know his true destination. This time, Qin Feng had a premonition that this trip to Sin City would be extremely dangerous. Therefore, he didn't want to involve the two of them. Therefore, he only told them that he was going to the Supreme Blue Empire to settle some personal matters. Dance and Zhou Mo were confused by Qin Feng's sudden departure. They had a good agreement before. Why did this guy change his mind in the blink of an eye? They didn't even have time to ask what was going on. "Sister Dance, what should we do now?" Zhou Mo asked. "Do you know what he's going to do in the Supreme Blue Empire?" Dance asked. "I don't know. He never told me where he was going." Zhou Mo shook his head. That's strange. What does this guy want to do? Dance frowned as she stared at the direction where Qin Feng left. She felt that Qin Feng wasn't telling the truth. What do you think, Momo? Dance asked. Zhou Mo thought for a while and said, I think that since the three of us are leaving together, we should go to the Luo Feng slope together. The reason why she followed Qin Feng was that she wanted to train herself. She didn't want to live under the protection of her clansmen. On the other hand, she wanted to see if she could use Qin Feng's demonic eye to restrain her own. If she separated from him, then the second reason would be meaningless. In that case, we will wait here for 3 days. If he doesn't return, we will go to the Supreme Blue Empire to look for him. Dance thought for a while and nodded. She didn't follow them purely because of Huangfu Huan. She didn't forget her master's reminder. She wanted to witness his growth. After parting ways with the two ladies, Qin Feng pushed his speed to the maximum. By noon, he had arrived at Sin City. A majestic city stood in front of them. The city was built with dark red stones, as if it had been watered with blood. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the huge city. This was the most chaotic and bloody place in the northwest, the city of Sin. Before entering the city, he could faintly smell the faint scent of blood in the air. Even though he did not know where he was, he could feel that this place was not peaceful. This was an indescribable domain formed after a long period of slaughter. It made people feel that this place was not simple at all. Qin Feng did not stop and quickly entered the city. Because there were not many people and he was dressed in a low-key manner, no one paid attention to him. Carrying Song Yun's warrant, he quickly found Song Jia's men who were scouting for information. Under their guidance, Qin Feng stayed in an inconspicuous tavern. Young Master, Miss Bao should be locked up in the blood-refining sect. However, we don't know the exact location. The Song family's guard, Song Chung, said. How can I see her? Qin Feng asked. According to what we know, they should be going to the Beast Battle Arena tomorrow. If there are no accidents, Miss Bao, who helped them win more than 10 matches, will also be brought over. Song Chung replied. With a worried expression, he looked at Qin Feng and said, Young Master, the blood-refining sect is considered one of the top forces in Sin City. Moreover, I heard that there is an even more powerful force behind a blood-refining sect. If we want to save Miss Bao, we can only use our wits. This matter needs to be considered at length. Consider at length. Qin Feng chuckled. If he could consider at length, he wouldn't have rushed over in such a hurry. What is the strength of the blood-refining sect? Who are the important figures? After returning to his room, Qin Feng fell into deep thought. He was thinking of a way to save Miss Bao. Blood-refining sect's sect master, second heaven realm. Vice Sect Master, First Heaven Realm. 14 Protectors, Half-Step Realm. Knowing the strength of the blood-refining sect, Qin Feng was shocked. Such strength was comparable to the combined strength of Blackwater Mountain and Nining Fortress. The most difficult one to deal with was the Second Heaven Realm expert, Xue Wuchang. Dealing with a First Heaven Realm expert was his limit. A Second Heaven Realm expert was still too far away from him. However, if he didn't attack by force, he really couldn't afford to wait. He also knew a thing or two about the Beast Battle Arena. It was a meat grinder. Losing a battle meant being swallowed by the beasts. Old Devil, what's the plan? How much of your strength have you recovered? Qin Feng asked. If Mo Yin recovered his strength, he wouldn't be afraid of them. I can't make a move. Mo Yin shook his head and said in a deep voice, Brat, the opponent this time is more difficult. You have to think of other methods. Forcefully saving her won't work. But I can't afford to wait. Qin Feng inwardly shook his head. Big Flower Explosion was still suffering. He didn't have the time or mood to hide and improve his strength or think of other plans. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, The herbs for the Tribity Divine Marrow have been gathered. I should be able to refine it now. You want to use the Tribity Divine Marrow to replace your physical strength? Mo Yin asked. Qin Feng nodded. Only by improving his physical strength could he ignore the backlash of the Gate of Life and even open the second gate. This method is still too risky. I suggest you not do it, Mo Yin said. I have no other choice. Qin Feng shook his head and said, let's refine the tribity divine marrow. He took out all the herbs needed to refine the tribity divine marrow. Mo Yin sighed and didn't try to persuade him anymore. In the room, demonic flames surged. Soon, a scarlet liquid appeared. Then, it used the other herbs to refine a few pills. This pill can protect your vitality and internal organs. After a pause, Mo Yin continued, the tribity divine marrow is very risky to refine your physical body. I originally planned to let you use it after you reach the ninth heaven. Now, I can only bring it forward. Qin Feng nodded his head and kept the Tribodhisattva divine marrow as well as the medicinal pills. He then asked the waiter to fetch a bucket of water and dripped a drop of Tribodhisattva divine marrow into the bucket. Instantly, the water turned into blood. A blood-red stream of air billowed. Qin Feng didn't hesitate. He swallowed a pill, took off his clothes, and sat in the bucket. As soon as he entered, the blood rushed madly toward him. It seeped into his body through his pores. In an instant, the blood became even more viscous. Qin Feng's flesh and blood were torn apart. Large amounts of blood gushed into his body, adhering to his bones, flesh, blood, meridians, and everything else. It was like numerous blood ants gnawing at his bones and marrow. Such intense pain instantly caused Qin Feng's eyes to turn red as his expression turned malevolent. A low and hoarse voice filled with endless pain came out of Qin Feng's mouth. His face was ferocious, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. The surface of his body was completely torn apart. His insides were also in ruins. Some of his vital organs and internal organs were about to wither. Not good. There was a special energy circulating, maintaining the operation of those organs and preventing his vitality from being destroyed. Chapter 537. The Beast Arena. In the dark room, a low groan filled with suppressed pain could be heard. In a wooden bucket, a bloody figure sat. His entire body was wrapped in a bloody aura, and the painful groan came from this bloody figure. As time passed, the groan gradually became softer, and the bloody water in the wooden bucket also gradually faded. After a while, the bloody water completely turned into clear water. At this moment, the bloody figure that had been silent for a long time moved. Blood clots fell off the surface of his body as if his keratinous membrane was falling off. Soon, a muscular figure appeared. This figure looked very thin, but there was an explosive power hidden within it. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and there was a huge amount of power hibernating in its body. At this moment, Qin Feng also slowly opened his eyes. He exhaled, and his face regained its color. He clenched his fists and felt the increase in his physical strength. He smiled with relief. Although it was not a qualitative leap, his physical strength was much stronger than before. If he wanted to use the forbidden technique again, he should be able to withstand the backlash. On his chest, a bloody mark appeared, wriggling like a blood vessel. Beside this bloody mark, there was another one. However, compared to the first one, this one was very shallow. One could only vaguely see a shallow bloody mark. You barely managed to condense the second body pattern. The demon, I said, you have passed this stage. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. He dried his body, put on his robe, and entered a state of cultivation. Although he had passed this stage, he was mentally exhausted and needed to recover quickly. The next day, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He had recovered to his peak, and his body was emitting a jade-like luster. This was a sign that his spiritual power was overflowing. Following Song Chung and the others, Qin Feng arrived at the bestial battle arena. It seemed like the Song clan had spent a lot of effort and money here. The entrance ticket to the inner area of the bestial battle arena allowed one to watch the battles between beasts and humans at a close distance. Only the VIPs in the inner area are qualified to come into close contact with the beasts after the battle. As he spoke, Song Chung looked at Qin Feng and said, "We also spent a lot of money and asked someone to get in through the back door to get this ticket. Son-in-law, if you see Miss Explosive, you must control yourself. You must not make a move here, and you must not show that something is wrong. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Qin Feng nodded. Naturally, he wouldn't be so reckless. Even if you were to save someone, he wouldn't do it here. After giving out his instructions, Song Chung led the others out of the arena. Qin Feng entered the front area of the inner arena alone and found his own seat. He sat down and closed his eyes to rest, quietly waiting for the battle to begin. Time passed quickly. Accompanied by the crisp sound of a bell, the beast battle began. In the beast fighting arena, there were battles between beasts, as well as battles between humans and beasts. The scene was rather bloody and cruel, and one side had to be torn apart in every round. This brutal scene stimulated the audience to scream nonstop. Green-scale monster, green-scaled monster. Suddenly, the whole arena erupted in cheers. At this moment, Qin Feng opened his eyes and glanced around. Immediately, his pupils shrank. He saw a petite figure bound by iron chains walking into the beast fighting arena. Her small face was young and tender, but her eyes were empty and silent, like a walking corpse. Big flower explosion. Qin Feng's heart trembled, and he clenched his fists. The screams that filled the arena made his eyes flicker with a cold light. Looking at the reaction of the surrounding people, it was obvious that this green-scale monster had a good reputation here. After all, not losing more than 10 rounds was an excellent result. That iron chain. Qin Feng stared at the iron chain on Big Flower Explosion's body. The iron chain was grayish-white in color and occasionally flashed with black light. That should be made of a special refined iron. It could be used on any spirit beast, the demon I informed. Qin Feng nodded. With Big Flower Explosion's strength, if she revealed her beast form, even a third Heaven Realm powerhouse wouldn't be able to stop her. It must be because of this iron chain that she was subdued by the blood-refining gate. Roar. With a tiger's roar, a mottled tiger jumped out. It opened its bloody mouth and roared again and again, pushing the atmosphere of the audience to the peak. The beast fighting tyrant and the undefeated green-scale monster. This battle will definitely be exciting. One is the veteran beast fighting tyrant, and the other is the new Dark Horse King. This will be a fierce battle. Come on, green-scale monster, I won't bet all my money on you. You must win. The beast fighting tyrant is mighty. The surrounding shouts shook the sky and resounded through the clouds. Everyone's face was red with excitement as they cheered for the beast they were optimistic about. Hee, betting on the green-scale monster to win will definitely be a loss. This beast fighting tyrant has never been defeated here. Don't you know the old saying? The back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. Although the beast fighting tyrant has only lost, it's not small anymore. It's going downhill. Indeed, now is the time when the green-scaled monster dominates the Colosseum. No matter how powerful the beast fighting tyrant is, there will always be a time when it's over. The surrounding voices were like sarcastic words, making Qin Feng's heart ache. If the flower explosion didn't come out with him, she wouldn't have such an encounter. Blood-refining sect, just you wait. Qin Feng swore in his heart that sooner or later he would flatten the blood-refining sect. Before the battle began, a middle-aged man wearing the blood-refining sect uniform came forward and untied the iron chain on the flower explosion's body. He inserted chopstick-sized steel needles into some of her acupuncture points. Suddenly, the flower explosion screamed in pain. Under everyone's expectation, she transformed into a green-scale monster. Qin Feng closed his eyes and no longer paid attention. He endured the pain in his heart and waited for the end of the battle. After half an hour of bloody battle, the flower explosion tore the beast fighting tyrant into two halves under the cheers of the audience. However, she also suffered heavy injuries. After degenerating into a human form, her whole body was covered in blood. After the battle, the VIPs could watch the victorious beast up close. Of course, they could also buy and sell. As long as the price was high enough and the original owner agreed, they could buy and sell. The one who offered the highest price was naturally the green-scale monster. However, The blood-refining sect didn't agree. They vaguely revealed that they were willing to sell, but the price wasn't very satisfactory. Qin Feng stayed in the same place and didn't step forward. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself. Damn, they won't sell for 30 million. This blood-refining sect is really greedy. After defeating the beast-fighting tyrant, this green-scaled monster will dominate the Colosseum for a period of time. 30 million is really not that high. Where did the blood-refining sect get this little monster? Damn, it's too powerful. The blood-refining sect has made a lot of money during this period of time. After leaving the Colosseum, Qin Feng returned to his residence and dismissed Song Chung and the others. "Young master, what are you going to do?" Song Chung asked worriedly. "Your mission has been completed. Don't stay here. Also, help me thank your patriarch. If you have any requests in the future, Qin Feng would do his best to help." Now that the people from the Song family had left, Qin Feng could go all out without any scruples. Chapter 538. Sneaking into the blood prison in the dark night sky. The moon was waning and the stars were sparse. A cold wind blew across the land. In the darkness, a figure draped in a large black cloak was walking alone. His steps were even and graceful, and his footsteps were soft and silent. Qin Feng walked towards the blood-refining sect step by step. His condition had improved, and his battle intent was surging. In the end, it was calm. All his aura was restrained, and he was no different from an ordinary person. His eyes were extremely bright in the darkness. They were as calm as a stagnant pool, without any fluctuation, just like his calm state of mind. Standing outside the blood-refining sect's headquarters, Qin Feng looked at the huge building without any emotion in his eyes. There was only endless calmness and indifference. He put on the Heaven Realm armor and took out the Thunderclap sword. This was his greatest weapon, and it was also the limit of what he could use. Finally, his mental strength spread throughout his body, and he disappeared under the night sky. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Qin Feng hid his figure and infiltrated the blood-refining sect's headquarters. Due to the short time, the Song family's disciples did not investigate the situation inside the blood-refining sect. Therefore, Qin Feng could only explore along the way. Fortunately, they knew the general location of the blood-refining sect's blood prison. In the dead of the night, the blood-refining sect was considered a top force in Sin City. There was no need to worry about a sneak attack, so their defense was not tight. Qin Feng quickly passed through and came to the front of the blood prison. Easily avoiding the two guards, Qin Feng entered the blood prison. There were many spiritual beasts here. There were even rank 6 spiritual beasts, but they were all bound by special iron chains. Qin Feng hid his figure, so no spiritual beasts noticed him. He scanned row by row, but did not find any trace of the big explosive flower. "If you dare to do anything to me, my sister you will not let you go." Little 7, don't think that no one here can deal with that woman Suyu. It has been so long. No matter how powerful she is, she still can't find you. My sister you will definitely find me. By then, your entire blood-refining sect will be eradicated. Even that person might not dare to protect you. You're still so stubborn. If it weren't for the fact that my father was too afraid of Suyu and wanted to wait for the limelight to pass, I would have played you long ago. Second brother, I think this storm is about to blow over. Didn't you see that the people of the Guanghan Palace have all retreated? How about we? Following the voice, Qin Feng arrived at the depths of the blood prison and saw this scene. 2 young men in luxurious clothes were staring at a woman with lewd smiles. The woman's appearance was rather pure and pleasant. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, and she was slender and elegant. Her eyebrows were vertical, and there was a baleful aura about her. "How dare you? My sister you won't let you off." The woman retreated in fear. She crossed her arms over her chest and glared at the two of them. Little cheater, don't be delusional. Back then, your elder sister you came to our blood-refining sect. Didn't she find nothing? The two of them laughed as they walked towards the woman. Their eyes flashed as they looked at each other. Then, They shifted their gaze to Ren Chi-er's curvaceous body. This Ren Chi-er's temperament, appearance, and figure were all top-notch. They had long wanted to get their hands on her. However, they had been worried about the woman in the Guanghan Palace. So at this critical moment, they could only lock her up here. However, now that the storm was over, the two of them were lustful. The suppressed desire gradually broke through the suppression of reason and erupted. Damn it, this woman, I have long wanted to play with her. Second brother, you go outside and guard. Ren Chi, aren't you very arrogant? I'll let you see how you'll beg for mercy under my body later. Xueming licked his lips and smiled lewdly. You. Listening to his lewd words, Ren Chi-er's face flushed red with anger. Finally, a look of fear appeared on her face. Ren Chi-er's face turned pale. When she thought of what she would face after being caught, her body trembled. Falling into the hands of this kind of people, living was definitely more miserable than dying. If she was defiled by those people, she would rather die. However, at this moment, Xueming's spiritual pressure had already enveloped her. She didn't even have the chance to kill herself. A figure filled with tyrannical spiritual energy fluctuations grew bigger and bigger in Ren Chi-er's beautiful eyes. The tyrannical pressure made her delicate body tremble. Ren Chi-er closed her eyes in despair. Two streams of clear tears flowed down her beautiful cheeks gently. In the end, she still couldn't escape from their clutches. Sister you, goodbye forever. Ren Chi-er sighed sadly in her heart and closed her eyes completely. Before the darkness came, she saw a distorted face with a touch of excitement. A palm with an endless aura was slapping towards her. Bang! A dull sound came out. Ren Chi-er only felt a wave of air blowing towards her. The sharp wind made her skin hurt. However, the scene she imagined did not appear. She couldn't help but open her eyes in confusion. She saw that Xueming, who was supposed to be in front of her, had retreated a few meters. He was holding her wrist and looking at her in shock. No, he wasn't looking at her. He was looking behind her. Ren Chi-er was stunned. Her beautiful eyes moved slightly, and then her pupils shrank fiercely. She saw a white palm appear out of thin air beside her ear. There was no reaction at all. It just appeared. It was this woman's fair hand that had blocked Crimson Blood's attack. Ren Chi-er was stunned, but she quickly regained her senses. She turned her head and saw an indifferent and emotionless young face. The young man's face was indifferent and calm. Besides being delicate, there was nothing special about him. However, there was a confident aura. His face, which was not very handsome, had a different flavor to it. After a short circuit in her mind, Ren Chi-er quickly woke up. She turned her head and saw Xue-sun, who was guarding outside the cage, standing there stiffly. Plop! With a dull sound, Xue-sun's body collapsed. Only then did she realize that his face was only skin and bones. It was as if his flesh and blood had evaporated in an instant. Who are you? At this moment, Xueming also reacted. Especially when he saw the state of his brother's death. His heart was filled with fear. Ren Chi-er was also shocked. Xue-sun was a half-step 9th-level Heaven Realm late-stage master, but he was killed by this young man who looked to be in his 20s. More importantly, none of them noticed, and Xue-sun didn't move at all. What kind of master was this person to be able to kill Xue-sun silently? On the contrary, Qin Feng sighed in his heart. His mental energy was too weak. With just one palm, his mental energy was completely shattered. Chapter 539. Those who stop me will die. Xueming's heart trembled as fear filled his eyes. He quietly moved back, wanting to leave this place. His strength was similar to Xue-sun's, but the other party could kill Xue-sun without him knowing. He was definitely not his opponent. Who are you? Why are you here? Xueming stared at Qin Feng, his spiritual energy surging as if he was facing a great enemy. However, he was thinking about how to quickly spread the news. Their blood prison hid a big secret, especially Ren Chi-er and the Greenscale monster. Once the news spread, it would definitely be a disaster for the blood-refining sect. Qin Feng stared at him coldly and said, "From your tone, is Shui Wu Chang your father?" "Humph. Since you know that my father is the sect master of the blood-refining sect, why don't you run away?" After receiving an affirmative answer, Qin Feng's lips curled into a cold arc. At first, he did not intend to meddle in other people's business. It was good enough to save popcorn. However, after knowing the identity of these two people, he could not remain indifferent. Rather than saving people, it was better to say that he was killing people. Since the blood-refining sect had caused popcorn to be like this, even if he could not take revenge, he would make them bleed. There is nothing more devastating than the pain of losing a child. "That's good." Qin Feng slowly narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Shui Ming's hair stood on end as his heart throbbed. It was as if he was being stared at by a peerless beast. He waved his palm, and spiritual energy whizzed out as he quickly retreated. Bang! However, he had only taken a few steps when his body suddenly froze. Shui Ming's heart was greatly alarmed as his pupils shrunk. A large hand was placed on the back of his neck. The sharp wind caused his entire body to turn ice cold. Who was this person? Ninth level heaven realm? Why did his attack not have any effect on him? "Don't kill me. I can give you a lot." Crack. Before he could finish his words, Qin Feng twisted his neck. After devouring his spiritual energy, Qin Feng casually threw his body aside and was about to leave. "Wait a minute." Ren Shi recovered from the shock and quickly ran to Qin Feng and said, "Thank you." Qin Feng glanced at her, ignored her, and walked deeper into the blood prison. "Hey, aren't we leaving?" Ren Shi asked from behind. "I just want to kill the people I want to kill. Saving you wasn't my intention. As for whether you stay or leave, it's up to you." Qin Feng left without looking back. Ren Shi frowned and chased after him. She looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Weren't you sent by Sister Yu to secretly investigate the blood-refining sect?" "No." "Then who are you?" Qin Feng was just about to impatiently ask her to leave when he suddenly paused and turned to look at her. After a moment of silence, he said, "Do you know that there are green-scale monsters here?" "Green-scale monster?" Ren Shi frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, she was shocked. She pointed at Qin Feng and exclaimed, "Are you the uncle that big flower explosion mentioned? You know her?" Qin Feng's eyes suddenly locked on Ren Shi. His aura surged. "Tell me, where is she?" Ren Shi staggered back. Her pretty face was slightly pale and said, "She used to be locked up with me. She told me that her uncle would definitely come to save her. Here, this is what she left for me." Ren Shi took out a jade bracelet and said, "She told me that if she died here, I must take this bracelet to her uncle and help her take revenge. If you're really her uncle, you should have this thing." Ren Shi stared at Qin Feng with a slightly guarded look and said, "What is your name?" "Qin Feng." Qin Feng was too lazy to calculate anything with her here. "It's really you. Are you here to save Big Flower Explosion?" After confirming Qin Feng's identity, Ren Shi also let down her guard. She did not suspect that he was sent by other forces. "Tell me, where is she?" "Follow me." Ren Shi led Qin Feng into the depths of the blood prison. After passing through a stone door, the front suddenly opened up. A huge blood pool appeared in front of them. In the middle of the blood pool, there was a stone trough. In the middle of the blood pool, there was a figure wrapped in iron chains. Looking at the figure, Qin Feng's eyes were sore. He resisted the urge to cry and went forward to save her. "No, there's a barrier set up by the experts of the blood-refining sect. If you save Big Flower Explosion, they will definitely notice it." Ren Shi said. "Then do you have a way to not alarm them?" Qin Feng asked. Ren Shi paused and then shook her head. "Since you don't stop me." Looking at the dispirited Big Flower Explosion, Qin Feng said coldly, "I'm here to save her. Even if I have to wash this place with blood, I won't hesitate." Qin Feng flew to the blood trough and looked at Big Flower Explosion, who was covered in wounds, and called out softly. Big Flower Explosion woke up and looked at Qin Feng with a pair of lifeless eyes. Then, some spirit gradually appeared in his eyes. "Your uncle?" Big Flower Explosion asked blankly. Yes, I'm Uncle. I'm here to take you away. Qin Feng took a deep breath and smiled. He took out the thunder suppression sword and cut off the iron chains around Big Flower Explosion. He then carried him and left this place. Uncle, it hurts. Big Flower Explosion lay in Qin Feng's arms, his body trembling. It's okay. Uncle will never hurt you again. Qin Feng sniffled. When he heard that, he could no longer hold back his tears. Let's leave. He carried Big Flower Explosion and quickly left the blood pool. Rinshi also quickly followed. Arriving at the blood prison, Qin Feng released all the spirit beasts that were imprisoned here and said to them, I've been entrusted by an elder of the Turtle Clan to save you. As for whether you can leave this place, it depends on your own ability. These spirit beasts were not low rank. Most of them had opened their spiritual wisdom and could understand Qin Feng's words. They all nodded gratefully and ran out like a swarm of bees. Suddenly, the roars of beasts came from inside the blood-refining sect. Qin Feng carried Big Flower Explosion and followed behind the group of spirit beasts. As soon as he entered the blood prison, several figures rushed over from afar. Sure enough, someone wants to rob the green scale monster. Kill him for me. Qin Feng waved his hand, and a spiritual force adhered to Ren Qi, hiding her body. He said, You only have an hour. Run for your life. Don't follow me anymore. Ren Qi also knew that the blood-refining sect would definitely do their best to deal with the person who saved the green scale monster. Following him would be more dangerous. Therefore, she did not talk nonsense and said, If you can get out alive, come to the Guanghan Palace to find me. Ren Qi will repay the person who saved my life. After saying that, she did not stay and quickly left. Pulling out a strip of cloth, Qin Feng tied Big Flower Explosion to his back. He stared coldly at the people from the blood-refining sect who rushed over and said in a low voice, Those who block me will die. The sky was suddenly filled with fire. Heavenly fire burned the prairie and spread directly toward those people. Ah! Several screams sounded one after another. Soon, several charred corpses fell from the sky. Chapter 540. Going all out in the blood-refining sect. The roars of beasts could be heard everywhere. The spiritual beasts were filled with violent auras as they rampaged through the place, killing everything in their path. The spiritual beasts had been trapped here for a long time and were filled with resentment. Now that they had broken free, the evil aura in their bodies naturally burst out and expanded. With the help of these spiritual beasts, many of the experts in the blood-refining sect were blocked, and the pressure on Qin Feng was greatly reduced. He controlled the power of fire, and it continued to spread. The entire blood-refining sect was engulfed in a sea of fire. Who dares to trespass into the blood-refining sect? A loud shout rang out as a corner of the fire was extinguished and a vigorous aura burst out. This was a middle-aged man wearing blood blisters. His eyes were dark as he scanned his surroundings. Very quickly, he found traces of Qin Feng. However, when he saw the Big Flower Explosion, his face suddenly froze, and he immediately rushed towards Qin Feng. Roar! Suddenly, the only 2 6th-grade spiritual beasts rushed over and intercepted him. A great battle broke out. Although the 2 spiritual beasts had been trapped for a long time and were weak, they were still 6th-grade spiritual beasts, and it was 2 against 1. Hence, they were evenly matched. Qin Feng quickly passed through their battle and ran out of the blood-refining sect. Blood-refining guards intercept him from the southeast. Xue Wuchang roared as he fought against the 2 6th-grade spiritual beasts. While running, Qin Feng suddenly felt the pain of ridicule. Out of instinct, he quickly dodged. TSK, TSK, TSK. At the same time, several spiritual energy streams intertwined in the place where he was just a moment ago. They were densely packed like a net and twisted the space there. 4 figures flashed out from the fire. They were all wearing Ani Shue's blood pants and a blood-red mask, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes. Blood-refining guards. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. The 4 blood refining guards were at the peak of the half-step realm, but he could feel a chill from them. Obviously, they were not ordinary peak half-step realm experts. The 4 blood refinement guards rushed over with blood-red longswords in their hands. They waved their swords at the same time, causing sword chi to swirl out and converge into a huge blood-red longsword that slashed down. Qin Feng clenched his fist and his arm tightened. He gathered his spirit energy and then punched out. At the tip of his fist, the air exploded and space distorted. Bang! When Qin Feng's fist collided with the blood-colored longsword, he staggered backwards. On his fist, traces of blood could be seen dripping down. It possesses some 9th stage, heavenly realm strength. Qin Feng's expression became somewhat dignified. This kind of attack was quite extraordinary. Normally, 10 half-step peak masters wouldn't even be able to withstand a single slap from a 9th stage heaven realm master, but these 4 were able to display strength comparable to a 9th stage heaven realm master. Obviously, the so-called blood-refined guards were not simple. But that was it. Primitive War Body. Qin Feng activated his primitive war body and rushed towards the 4. Even with the big flower explosion on his back, his speed was extremely fast. Wherever he passed, the air would emit a violent whistling sound. Heaven slaughtering sword array. The 4 shouted as sword lights surged, dazzling and resplendent. Obviously, they were also shocked that this person who was at the same level as them was so powerful that he could block them and even counterattack. The area was shrouded in sword light. Incomparably sharp sword chi raged as if it had the terrifying power to tear space apart. There was no doubt that if someone below the 9th stage heaven realm fell into it, they would be cut into pieces in a few breaths. But Qin Feng was not afraid. Not to mention the defense of his heaven realm battle armor. His primitive war body could not be broken without the strength of a 9th stage heaven realm master. The flames around his body continued to crackle. When the sword chi struck his body, it didn't affect him at all. Not a single one of them could hurt him. Bang! He quickly appeared beside a blood refinement guard and sent him flying with a punch. In midair, this person's vitality disappeared. Then he appeared in front of another person like a ghost and also killed him with a punch. After killing 2 blood refinement guards in an instant, the other 2 were shocked. Why couldn't their heaven-slaughtering sword array hurt this person? Although there were only 4 of them, and they could not display the true power of this sword array. But even a divine realm cultivator couldn't possibly be completely unaffected. Without giving them any time to breathe, Qin Feng finished off the last 2 with lightning speed. The strength of the blood refinement guards lay in their combined attacks. Once separated, they were no different from ordinary peak half-step masters. In Qin Feng's current state, ordinary people could not stand against him unless they were at the 9th stage heaven realm. It could be said that his battle strength had surpassed peak half-step masters, but he had not completely reached the 9th stage heaven. Seeing this, Xue Wuchang's heart trembled. He could see at a glance that Qin Feng's strength was only at the half-step peak, but he had instantly destroyed the joint attack of the blood-refining guards. Even a heavenly realm expert could not be so fast. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? How is he related to the green scale monsters? Thoughts flashed through Xue Wuchang's mind. He stared coldly at Qin Feng, his heart filled with boundless killing intent. This boy could not be allowed to live, otherwise he would become a great threat in the future. Sect Master, will you let me deal with him? Suddenly, a figure appeared. Xue Wuchang nodded and focused on dealing with the 2 spirit beasts. Just as Qin Feng was about to leave, a figure appeared in front of him and blocked his path. A divine realm master. Sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations erupting from this person, Qin Feng's expression became solemn. He put down the great explosion and the power of fire, water, and which surged out at the same time. With the help of his Tao arts, 3 large hands appeared and protected the great explosion like fish. Of the 3 large hands, one of them was azure. Ripples wriggled, and the sound of flowing water could be heard. The other hand was surging with flames. The temperature was hot, but not scorching, and the sound of burning flames could be heard continuously. The third hand had a green airflow that resembled a dense fog. Strands of green air flowed from the hand into the big explosion's body. This was the power of wood healing her. The three large hands, three colors, and three types of energy intertwined with each other. The ripples rippled, the flames flickered, and the green chi flowed, complementing each other. The three large hands formed a large energy hand, which was particularly conspicuous in this sea of fire. The Tao arts condensed the three elements, and the three-element hand could be used for both offense and defense. With Qin Feng's current strength, unless a ninth stage Heaven Realm Master intervened, it would be extremely difficult to break through. The two ninth stage Heaven Realm Masters of the Blood Refining Sect were unable to withdraw at this moment, so Qin Feng could go all out. He stared at the vice leader of the Blood Refining Sect, Xue Qing, and quickly formed a seal with his hands. In his Qi Sea, the Tao seed revolved, and Tao Qi swept through his body. Dalian mode open. Then his hand seals changed abruptly. His body trembled slightly, and the tattoos on his chest wriggled. His flesh and blood vibrated, and an extremely powerful force spread out. Zhou Tiansheng's death scripture. The first door, gate of life, open. The hand seals changed again, and the blood in his body surged. A red light burst out, and a vertical eye appeared between his eyebrows, surrounded by red light. Flickering, immortal reincarnation eye, open. Then, the hand seals changed again. The 100 Calamity Heaven Devouring technique was quickly activated, and the surrounding heaven and earth energy gathered toward him. Chapter 541. Bloodshed in an instant. Qin Feng raised his state to the peak. The devouring power filled the area within a radius of 10 feet. The heaven and earth spiritual energy in this area was constantly gathering towards him. The 4 blood refinement guards instantly turned into dried corpses. Having suddenly reached a state he had never reached before, Qin Feng let out a heroic laugh. At this moment, he felt like he could split a mountain. So what if it was a 9th stage Heaven Realm? Yang Kai quickly rushed towards Xue Qing. Time was of the essence, and he couldn't afford to waste any time. Once Xue Wuchang was free, all his tricks would be useless. Like a primordial beast, he turned into a beam of light and shot towards Xue Qing with a deep sonic boom. The latter sneered contemptuously. As long as it wasn't a 9th stage Heaven Realm cultivator, no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve, he would still be crushed. As such, Yang Kai lightly sent out a palm, gathering spirit energy in his palm. Seeing Xue Qing act so carelessly, Qin Feng sneered. Even Chen Wujiu wasn't as careless as him back then. As he approached, Qin Feng displayed his divine emperor's pressure, causing his aura to soar to another level. At this moment, he truly broke through the shackles of the half-step peak and entered a brand new domain. Yang Kai's fist suddenly soared, as if it had broken through some kind of shackles, causing its energy to surge. With this punch, Qin Feng broke through the half-step peak and crossed the Nirvana realm, reaching the 9th stage Heaven Realm. Of course, this wasn't a result of pure strength. The power of the Gate of Life was enough to shake a heavenly realm cultivator. Even without the support of the Gate of Life, Yang Kai's punch had already reached the 9th stage Heaven Realm. This was a very strange thing. Cultivators of lower realms usually use special methods to make up for the difference between realms. For example, when he killed Chen Wujiu, he had relied on the power of a forbidden technique. However, at this moment, he was truly standing in the 9th stage Heaven Realm. Being able to step into this domain while not in the 9th stage was an inconceivable thing. Even Qin Feng himself was shocked. With this punch, he experienced a world he had never experienced before. It was as if he had come from one sky to another, even vaster world. It was also at this moment that when his palm came into contact with Qin Feng's fist, all the hairs on his body stood up and his mind trembled. He almost instinctively mobilized all the spirit energy in his body and gathered it into his palm. Bang! At the moment when the fist and the palm came into contact, the space seemed to collapse. Then, the air waves swept out, and the two of them spread out in their original forms. The ground within dozens of meters of them collapsed. Pucci! Xueqing's body was sent flying as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. How is this possible? He was incomparably shocked. How could a person at the peak of the half-step be able to send him flying with a single punch? Moreover, the terrifying force that invaded his body made his body tremble, and his blood and qi churned. Undying light. Before he landed on the ground, Xueqing felt an even more terrifying wave of energy shooting towards him. He glanced at it and felt fear in his heart. Suppressing the surging energy in his body, he quickly twisted his body. Pucci! The undying light pierced through his arm, and before he could suppress the invading force in time, his arm exploded. This bastard! Xueqing was shocked, and he cursed. Is this a monster? Why is every attack so terrifying? He felt that his opponent was not at the peak of the half-step realm, but a true divine realm expert. Oomph. To be able to send out such an attack, you must have reached your limit. Just as his voice faded, his body suddenly stiffened. The sneer on his face that had yet to completely spread also froze on his face. A figure appeared beside him as fast as a ghost. He saw an expressionless face. This face was very young, so young that it was almost too young. He seemed to be no more than 20 years old. In his eyes, this young man was just a brat, not worth mentioning. However, at this moment, a chill ran through his body, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent, and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He raised the thunder suppression sword in his hand and swung it down fiercely. Pucci! A sword light flashed, as if it could split the heavens and the earth, accompanied by several flashes of lightning. Xueqing did not even have time to beg for mercy before his body was split into two. He could not be more dead. In the distance, when Xue Wuchang saw this scene, he was furious. Brother! He was furious, but more than that, he was shocked. A peak half-step to kill a divine realm expert. Is he still human? Who in the world could do that? Xue Wuchang's heart trembled. He knew that he had offended someone he should not have. However, no one who could survive in the most chaotic Sin City was easy to deal with. Therefore, he immediately abandoned the two 6th-grade spirit beasts and charged toward Qin Feng. No matter what, he could not allow such a person to grow. If he was already so terrifying now, once he entered the 9th heaven realm, who in the blood-refining sect would be able to compete with him? Qin Feng suddenly turned around, raised the thunder suppression sword, and with a few muffled sounds of thunder, he suddenly swung it down, and a lightning bolt burst out. Break! Xue Wuchang roared and punched at Qin Feng, breaking the lightning bolt with a punch. At the same time, Qin Feng was fully prepared. He circulated his strength to the extreme and punched out fiercely. Pung! Before the two fists met, the wind and spirit energy collided. In an instant, the air between the two could not withstand the force, and a huge explosion occurred. Xue Wuchang's figure was blocked by Qin Feng. He waved his fist, and his body trembled, slowly dispersing the force that invaded his body. Qin Feng was sent flying, spitting out blood, and heavily smashed into the ground. His fist was badly mangled, and several of his fingers were broken, revealing the white bone stubble. After landing, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The 2 heaven realm was still too far away for him. Even if he was in the 1st heaven realm, he was still far from being a match for Xueqing. If the heaven realm armor had not blocked most of the force for him, his meridians would have been broken and he would have died. Seeing that Qin Feng was still alive after taking a hit from him, Xue Wuchang's killing intent became even stronger. He ignored the 2 rank 6 spiritual beasts behind him and charged at Qin Feng again. At this moment, Qin Feng did not care so much. Taking advantage of the fact that his condition had not subsided, he quickly formed a seal with his hands and circulated his mental cultivation method. On his chest, the 2nd blood mark slowly appeared. The 2nd gate, the strange gate, opened. In an instant, The wind whistled around Qin Feng. His face was flushed, and he kept coughing out blood. However, his eyes were unusually bright and cold. "Get lost!" Qin Feng roared. His body was as tense as a rock, and he suddenly clenched his fist and punched out. At this moment, Shui Wuchang's expression changed. The force that came from his opponent's fist shocked him. How could someone at the peak of the half-heaven realm display such a terrifying force? He actually blocked his attack completely. Both of them were sent flying at the same time. Shui Wuchang fell into the encirclement of the two spiritual beasts and encountered an even more tragic battle. Qin Feng stabilized his body, removed the Dao technique, picked up the big flower, and quickly left this place. At this moment, he had not completely exited the state. His entire person was like a wild azure dragon, killing all the way out of the blood-refining sect. Anyone who obstructed him or appeared in his line of sight, none of them survived. Chapter 542. Blood-venomous insect Qin Feng felt the spiritual power in his body draining faster and faster. He could not even maintain the 100-calamity heaven-devouring technique. His physical strength was also declining rapidly, and the dizziness in his mind was getting stronger. Even if he didn't sense it carefully, he could still feel his injuries. The mental exhaustion and physical pain almost made him faint. However, Qin Feng did not dare to close his eyes. He did not know if he had escaped from the blood-refining sect's sphere of influence. All he could do was to persevere and find a remote shelter. It was pitch black in front of him, so Qin Feng could only rely on a small amount of mental power to detect the surroundings to determine the degree of danger. Fortunately, he had explored this path for an afternoon and was very familiar with it, so he did not wander into other places. Half an hour after rushing out of the blood-refining sect's base camp, Qin Feng finally arrived at an abandoned thatched hut in a remote corner. He had asked Song Chung and the others to find a temporary hiding place for him outside the blood-refining sect. He knew that if he wanted to forcibly rescue the big flower explosion, a bloody battle was inevitable. Therefore, he had to choose a good retreat and shelter. He seemed to be reckless and chose the simplest and most reckless method, but he was not without a backup plan. He had already calculated all kinds of possible situations and made corresponding preparations. After leaving the big flower explosion here, Qin Feng endured the fatigue and dizziness. He went outside and cleared all traces within a kilometer of the abandoned thatched hut. After confirming that the people of the blood-refining sect would not be able to find it in a short time, he was completely relieved. This time, I'm seriously injured. After checking the injuries on his body, Qin Feng's face turned ugly. This kind of injury was terrifying. The main reason for this was the backlash from the second forbidden technique of Zhou Tianxing's death scripture. The real injury was not serious, but the backlash from the forbidden technique was too serious. This was naturally the overbearing and terrifying part of the forbidden technique. It allowed him to take 2 blows from a 2-heaven stage expert without dying. This was enough to show how terrifying this forbidden technique was. Correspondingly, the backlash it brought was not something that ordinary people could bear. Fortunately, his physical body had been further developed by the Sambodhisattva, divine marrow, and had improved a lot. Serious injuries were a common occurrence. Qin Feng was very clear on how to recuperate. Qin Feng helped the dazed big flower settle down and coaxed her sleep. Then he began to heal her injuries. The situation with the explosive flower had been going on for a long time. There was not much difference between treating it a little later and treating it a little earlier. He had to treat his own injuries. Only in this way could he better protect the explosive flower and take her out of the city. If he couldn't recover soon, both of them would be finished. Qin Feng had a clear grasp of the priorities of the matter. He took a high-grade healing pill and refined some special pain-relieving herbs. Half an hour later, his pale face recovered slightly, and the worsening of his injuries stopped. Divine wood arts condense the wood of heaven and earth, mold the energy of 10,000 spirits, nourish the flesh and blood, and connect the Tao of destiny. Seal of the Wood God, activate. Qin Feng chanted the mnemonic chant of the divine wood imprint, as well as the unique method to condense the energy of wood. Numerous runes flashed in his palm as a faint, distorted imprint slowly appeared. Instantly, boundless wood energy rapidly converged towards it. Seal of the Wood God, succeeded? Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised. He could feel that as the energy from the green seal surged into his body was quickly recovering. Those terrifying wounds were actually healing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. The Wood God Arts was the most special of the 5 elements divine arts. It did not focus on attacking, but had a healing function that medicinal herbs and healing pills did not have. The essence of the healing function of the Wood God Arts was the seal of the Wood God. It condensed the wood elemental energy of heaven and earth and poured it into one's body to heal one's injuries. She had said that even if he knew the incantation for the seal of the Wood God and the method to condense it, he would still need to experiment for a long time. Thus, in the past few days, he had never stopped condensing the seal of the Wood God. He never thought that he would actually be able to condense the seal of the Wood God today. Although there was still quite a gap between him and the one that she had condensed, at least he had condensed the seal of the Wood God, and the healing effect was far from what the pure power of wood could compare to. Therefore, in just over an hour, almost all of the external injuries on his body had been healed. Amazing! Qin Feng could not help but exclaim in admiration. The healing ability of the seal of the Wood God could only be compared to higher quality pills or rare healing herbs. After successfully condensing the seal of the Wood God, his recovery speed was faster than ever before. In less than half a day, he had already recovered more than half. Of course, this was only in terms of pure speed. If he wanted to truly recover to his peak, he would still need some time to recuperate. After all, time was the most important thing. Since his injuries were no longer a problem, Qin Feng focused his attention on the big, exploding flower. The latter was still unconscious, so he checked the big, exploding flower's body. After a long while, he frowned. There seemed to be a special energy in the big, exploding flower's body, causing the energy in her body to be unable to connect. Under careful investigation, Qin Feng discovered that there was a soybean-sized bloodworm that was gently wriggling in the big, exploding flower's sea of qi. "Old devil, what is this?" Qin Feng asked. "This should be the blood goo that the blood-refining sect gave her to control him." The demon eye said. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Brat, hurry up and leave this place. This kind of blood goo is a living thing. As long as you are close enough, you will be sensed by the person who planted the goo. You have already wasted a lot of time healing your injuries." Hearing this, Qin Feng was shocked. He quickly picked up the big exploding flower and left this place. "Old devil, is there a way to deal with the blood goo?" On the way, Qin Feng asked. "With my current strength, I can't deal with it." The old devil shook his head and said in a deep voice, "If you want to remove the goo, I estimate that the only way is to find the person who planted the goo. Moreover, there should be a time limit for the goo to flare up. If you don't remove the goo in time, once it flare up, you will die from the goo devouring your heart." "It's that serious?" Qin Feng was shocked. The blood-refining sect's methods were too insidious. In that case, even if he saved the big exploding flower, it would be useless. He had to go back, otherwise she would still die. However, Qin Feng was absolutely unwilling to send the big exploding flower back to suffer. After saving her with great difficulty, how could he send her back? "Old devil, is there no other way to remove the goo?" Qin Feng asked. "Even if I can think of one, it will take time. I also have to prepare all kinds of materials. It is not something that can be done in a short time." With that, the old devil shook his head and said, "I see the activity of the goo in this little girl's body. I estimate that it will take a few days." "What?" Qin Feng's face suddenly turned ugly. "Only a few days? How could there be enough time?" Chapter 543. Seal slowed down the time of the outbreak. Qin Feng was taken aback. He immediately asked, "How do I slow it down?" Use the energy of the underworld elixir to freeze it so that it can't move. Old Mo said, "That's simple?" Qin Feng was surprised. He thought for a moment and said, "Wouldn't it be easier if I used the ancient desolate spiritual flame to burn it to death?" The ancient desolate spiritual flame was a spiritual flame. There was nothing it couldn't burn. Do you think the biggest threat is the blood insects in the Qi Sea? Demon Eye sneered. This is a mother insect. It can split into countless child insects. These child insects have already fused into every part of the little girl's body. The child insects are controlled by the mother insect. If you burn the mother insect, the child insects that are connected to the mother insect will also receive the ancient desolate spiritual flame to burn themselves. Do you think you can control the ancient desolate spiritual flame to burn every part of the little girl's body without harming her body? Qin Feng heard this and shook his head. He didn't have such precise control. So, the best way is to freeze the mother insect. As long as the mother insect stops moving, the child insects will naturally stop as well. Demon Eye paused for a moment and continued. The goo caster uses the many mother insects to resonate with the mother insect to determine its location. Once one side stops moving, it will no longer resonate with the mother insect and will no longer be able to lock onto your location. However, this type of insect is more difficult to deal with than a centipede. It has a strong adaptability. Although the underworld elixir can freeze it, once it adapts to this energy, it will produce antibodies in its body and will no longer be able to freeze it. Of course, this will buy you some time. How long will it take? Qin Feng asked. No longer than 3 months. So short. Qin Feng frowned. It seemed that this was the only way. With a thought, the underworld elixir in his Qi Sea rotated slightly. Strands of cold energy were drawn out. Qin Feng controlled this cold energy and sent it into the Qi Sea of the explosion. Remember, when you freeze it, you must control your strength well. As long as you freeze it at the right time, it will be fine. You must not let it freeze to death in the little girl's body. Otherwise, those child worms will riot. The demon Eye reminded. Qin Feng nodded his head slightly as he continued to pour cold energy into the explosive flower Qi Sea. Of course, he controlled the energy very well and did not let it leak out. This kind of cold energy was not something that anyone could withstand. Wisps of cold Qi wrapped around the crimson worms. White crystals could be seen emerging one after another. When the bloodworm was completely covered by the white crystal, Qin Feng could no longer sense the existence of the bloodworm and immediately stopped. After dealing with the blood goo, he used the seal of the wood god to heal the big flower explosion. Her condition improved, and Qin Feng planned to take her out of the city. However, at this time, there were strict checks at the city gate. There were many people from the blood-refining sect guarding the gate. More importantly, they posted the portrait of the big flower explosion. There was also a portrait of him, but it was much blurrier. That day, only Xue Wuchang survived close contact with him. However, at that time, his great desolate battle physique had not completely faded away. Under the cover of the chaotic color, Xue Wuchang did not see Qin Feng's appearance clearly. In just one day, this matter had caused a sensation in Sin City. In one night, the blood-refining sect was set on fire, the green-scale monster was kidnapped, 2 young masters were killed, and many battle beasts were released. Many experts of the blood-refining sect were killed, and one of the vice sect masters was also killed. This series of feats, any one of them was enough to set off a huge wave and attract the attention of all parties. The blood-refining sect also released news that this person brought a large number of experts and even controlled battle beasts to ambush the blood-refining sect. This caused the blood-refining sect to pay a heavy price. Anyone who could provide information would be seriously injured. This was what the blood-refining sect thought. They couldn't possibly say that a single person had turned the entire blood-refining sect upside down, right? Moreover, they also promised that since the green-scale monster was kidnapped, it was no longer part of the blood-refining sect. If anyone had the ability to snatch it, the green-scale monster would belong to them. They only wanted the mastermind who ambushed the blood-refining sect. This news was no less than a heavy bomb. All parties paid attention to it and started to make plans. After all, it was the new overlord of the battle beasts. Everyone wanted to get their hands on it, especially the various forces that had previously offered a high prize for the greenscale monster. At this time, they all sent their disciples to search Sin City according to the portrait. It was also because all parties responded to the call that the inspection at the city gate was so strict. Qin Feng circled around the city gate. It was impossible for him to take the opportunity to sneak out. Moreover, he could feel several powerful auras that were very obscure. They were 9th-stage Heaven Realm experts. It was not only the blood-refining sect that wanted to intercept Qin Feng. All the experts of the greenscale monster were looking for him. Qin Feng could only find a remote inn and find a place to stay first. They had no backup here, so they could only rely on themselves. After sleeping for a day, Big Flower Explosion also woke up. Although she was still very weak, her life was not in danger. "Uncle, it's really you." Big Flower Explosion grabbed Qin Feng's sleeve tightly, her small body trembling. Qin Feng hugged her in his arms and comforted her softly. "Uncle is here. I won't let anyone bully you anymore." He could feel Big Flower Explosion's fear. During this period of inhumane torture, she had almost broken down. Qin Feng felt very uncomfortable. If she had stayed in the palace, this would not have happened. At the same time, the killing intent in his heart continued to grow. In his heart, Big Flower Explosion had long been in existence like a younger sister. How could Qin Feng remain indifferent when she suffered such torture? Blood-refining sect, Shui Wuchang. Qin Feng's eyes revealed a bone-chilling murderous intent. After comforting Big Flower Explosion, Qin Feng went outside to inquire about the situation. He had to make sure that the surroundings were safe. In Sin City, without any background, he could not relax in the slightest. Using his mental force to conceal his body, Qin Feng wandered around nearby while paying attention to the situation outside. After inquiring, he was shocked. There were already several major forces looking for him. This made him anxious. In this unfamiliar place, and in the other party's territory, they could not hide for long. Sooner or later, they would be discovered. I have to find a way to leave Sin City. Qin Feng wandered around the city gate again. Fortunately, he had his mental force to conceal his body. Although this trick did not have much effect on 9th-stage Heaven Realm masters, it was impossible for there to be masters of this level everywhere. Therefore, he did not have to worry about being detected in the short term. After wandering around here for a period of time, Qin Feng left. His expression was slightly bad. This place was completely sealed. Even if the Big Flower Explosion completely recovered, it was still impossible to break in. "I can't do it. You can seal this place forever." Qin Feng snorted. The flow of people in Sin City was huge. If the city gate was strictly checked for a long time, it would arouse public anger sooner or later. However, he still underestimated the power of these people. For several days, the city gate did not relax in the slightest. Chapter 544. Conflict. The intensity of the interrogations and the length of time they took exceeded Qin Feng's expectations. He had still underestimated the power of these people. Moreover, as time passed, he could sense that there were more unfamiliar faces in the past 2 days, which made his expression unsightly. He saw people from the blood-refining sect roaming around the area. There were also other forces searching here. With their current search speed, they would be able to find this place in 1 or 2 days. "I can only look for that woman. I hope she will keep her word." Qin Feng sighed helplessly. He had no background here. The only thing he could rely on was the Guanghan Palace. Rin Shi had said that if he needed help, he could look for her at the Guanghan Palace. In the past few days, Qin Feng had a little understanding of the forces here. He was especially interested in collecting information about the Guanghan Palace. This was a huge force formed by a group of women. It was said that the Guanghan Palace's palace master was an influential figure on Sin City's formidable person list. In this place, only a few forces could contend with them. It was not an exaggeration to say that they could cover the sky with one hand. However, Qin Feng did not know if this force could be trusted. If they also coveted the big explosion, they would be courting death. But now he could not leave. It seemed that he could only seek help from the Guanghan Palace. After making up his mind, Qin Feng was not an indecisive person. He looked at the people from the blood-refining sect in the distance and turned to leave. However, just as Qin Feng decided to take the big explosion to Renshi, an unexpected situation occurred. He did not know whether to be happy or worried. Dance and Zhou Mo had also entered Sin City. After hearing the news, they immediately confirmed his identity. He did not know what method Zhou Mo used to find him. In the room, the two women first looked at the big explosion. They found it hard to believe that the War Beast tyrant was actually a 13 or 14-year-old little girl. She is the War Beast tyrant who tore apart a rank 6 spiritual beast. The two of them looked at Qin Feng suspiciously. No matter how they looked, Big Flower Explosion was only 13 or 14 years old, or even younger. How could he have such strength? Qin Feng nodded and didn't dwell on this matter. He said, "How can you take her away? It's easy to deal with you, but not her." Iwu shook her head and said, "She lived here for a while. So many people know her quite well. Her appearance-changing technique can fool ordinary people, but it definitely can't fool 9th-stage Heavenly Realm Masters." Hearing this, Qin Feng sighed softly. He only had a vague portrait, and no one had an accurate idea of what he looked like. Therefore, it was easy for him to sneak out of the city, but it was impossible for him to be a big hit. What Dan said was also what Qin Feng was worried about. "You're really good at bluffing. What Supreme Blue Empire? If we hadn't come to try our luck, we wouldn't have been able to find you when we heard about your heroic deeds." Iwu curled her lips and said. Zhou Mo also looked at him with wide eyes. They waited for 3 days, but Qin Feng didn't come back. After that, they went to the Supreme Blue Empire to look for him, but after going through all the major news channels, they only heard 2 words. They knew that they had been fooled by Qin Feng. They wanted to go directly to Fallen Phoenix Slope, but on a whim, they suddenly wanted to come to Sin City. As a result, as soon as they entered, they heard the news all over the place. They immediately knew that this must be Qin Feng's doing. It was really a coincidence. So many people couldn't find Qin Feng, but they casually found a place to stay and sensed Qin Feng's obscure aura. If you told us the truth from the beginning, maybe the situation wouldn't be so bad, Zhou Mo said. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. He didn't want to involve the two of them in this dangerous situation, so he didn't tell them the truth. He didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence in the world. They discussed for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good idea. Qin Feng could only arrange for them to live on another floor. He and Big Explosion were in danger of being discovered at any time. He didn't want to involve the two of them, so it was best to live separately. By the way, recently, I have some enlightenment. I think I'm about to break through. Iwu suddenly said, "You're about to break through?" Qin Feng was surprised. "It should be about time." Iwu nodded slightly, then immediately shook her head and said, "But I'm still missing an opportunity. I will make preparations in the next few days. If I can successfully break through, the pressure on us will be reduced a lot." Qin Feng nodded slightly and immediately said, "You focus on breaking through. Zhou Mo and I will go outside to inquire about the news." After packing a lot of food for Big Explosion, Qin Feng left the small restaurant with Zhou Mo and went outside. Tea houses and restaurants were always the most convenient and fast places for news to spread. The two of them had just entered a restaurant. With Zhou Mo's elegant and refined beauty, she naturally attracted a large number of gazes. Numerous fiery gazes swept over her curvaceous body with a few vulgarities. These gazes were not concealed in the slightest. When they saw the unfamiliar youthful faces of the two, many people began to have their own thoughts. Facing these gazes, Zhou Mo frowned slightly and followed Qin Feng to sit at a table in the corner. The two sat down and casually ordered some food. While eating, they listened to the conversations of the people around them. But after listening for a long time, they didn't hear any useful information. Instead, a lot of vulgar words passed into their ears, causing Zhou Mo's face to blush. After sitting in the restaurant for a while, the vulgar words became more and more unbearable. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly and planned to leave. With Zhou Mo's appearance, most of the people's attention was on her. They couldn't hear any useful information. However, just as the two were about to get up, a soft laughter suddenly sounded. The two of you look very unfamiliar. You don't seem to be from Sin City, right? As the laughter faded, a young man of about 24-25 years old walked over. His eyes constantly scanned Zhou Mo's body with a strong desire in his eyes. Wu Sheng. When the young man appeared, most of the people around recognized him. Immediately, many people's faces changed slightly. Wu Sheng wasn't an ordinary person. He was in existence in the top 10 of the potential list. Needless to say, his talent and strength were naturally quite famous in the entire Sin City. However, this wasn't the most frightening thing. Most people were really afraid of the person behind him. Su Yi, a person who could make the entire Sin City change their faces. He was a powerful existence who was ranked 3rd on the ambitious person list. Su Yi's cultivation method leaned towards the Yin attribute. He was extremely good at dual cultivation. Moreover, he was a person who valued beauty. As long as he met someone with good looks, it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of being rounded up. Wu Sheng had always followed Su's lead. Some time ago, it was said that he did something that made Su Yi very unhappy. This time, this guy probably took a fancy to this lady's beauty and wanted to give her to Su Yi. Chapter 545. Wu Sheng. Everyone in the restaurant understood Wu Sheng's intentions, and many of them sighed. It wasn't easy for them to see such a beautiful woman, but she was destined to be ruined by Su Yi, leaving them with no choice but to enjoy her beauty. Some of those who already had such thoughts also wanted a share of the profits. After all, Wu Sheng was just a half-step 9th-stage heavenly realm cultivator and wasn't a peak existence here. However, when they thought of that person, they couldn't help shaking their heads helplessly. Su Yi, one of the top 3 existences on the ambitious person list, wasn't just for show. Who would dare snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Wu Sheng walked up with what he thought was a very kind smile on his face as he said, "May I ask where you two came from, and whether you have some business in my Sin City? It just so happens that I am quite familiar with this place, so allow me to entertain you." "No need." Zhou Mo glanced at Qin Feng, whose face was as calm as water, and immediately shook his head, spitting out these 2 words in a very dignified manner. Wu Sheng's expression stiffened, but he still maintained a smile on his face. Looking at Zhou Mo's tender red lips, his Adam's apple couldn't help rolling as he smiled and said, "This is your first time here, so you must not be familiar with this place. On top of that, with Mrs. Beauty, I'm afraid you will attract some unscrupulous people. It just so happens that this one has some reputation here. So many of my brothers have given me face. This isn't a good place. Moreover, it hasn't been peaceful recently. Especially when strangers enter this place, they will be strictly interrogated. However, with me here, they won't dare to act recklessly." Wu Sheng patted his chest and swept his gaze over the surroundings. There was a pleased look on his face. Listening to his words, everyone around showed looks of disdain. Who here had more unscrupulous intentions than him? No need. In response to Wu Sheng's enthusiasm, Zhou Mo simply responded with 3 words. Hearing this, Wu Sheng smiled faintly and said, "Miss, you don't have to be so rude to me, right?" Upon hearing the tone of Wu Sheng's words, quite a number of people shook their heads in sorrow. They looked at the Qin Feng duo with pity. Those who were familiar with Wu Sheng knew that this fellow was about to shed his disguise. Clang! While many people were watching the show, the young figure in the corner, who had his back facing everyone, finally turned around and drained the wine in his cup in one gulp. "We don't need any help. Please leave," Qin Feng said indifferently. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to cause trouble, he would have slapped away this kind of person who approached him with dirty thoughts. "Miss, I'm just being kind. It hasn't been peaceful here recently." Wu Sheng glanced at Qin Feng, but he didn't care at all. He looked at Zhou Mo with a burning gaze and was about to sit down. Looking at the familiar soundless, Qin Feng gently put down the wine cup with a crisp sound. If you leave now, you can come out unscathed. As the wine cup landed on the table, a calm voice spread out. Soon after, the noise in the pavilion quieted down slightly as gaze after gaze looked towards the back of the thin figure in amazement. Daring to say such words in front of Wu Sheng, if this guy didn't have the ability, then he was really stupid. Who was Wu Sheng? Even without mentioning the even more terrifying Seiya behind him, he himself was a half-step 9th-level heavenly master. Even if he wasn't at the top, he was still very powerful. The young man in front of him was at most 20 years old. As for the little beauty, she was even younger than him. No matter how one looked at it, the two of them weren't on the same level as Wu Sheng. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Wu Sheng's eyes slightly narrowed into a dangerous arc. At this moment, his gaze carried some playfulness as it turned towards Qin Feng. With a somewhat sinister and fierce tone, he said, "Brat, say it again if you have the guts." Qin Feng raised his head and stared calmly at Wu Sheng. Soon after, he smiled softly and said, "I'll say it again. If you scram now, you can come out unscathed." "Huh, you're very bold." Wu Sheng chuckled softly, a fierce look gradually appearing on his face as he glanced at Qin Feng and said, "I'll take this little girl away first. Otherwise, I'm afraid the bloody scene will scare her. Little girl, come with me." As his voice faded, Wu Sheng no longer paid any attention to Qin Feng. He took a step forward and without the slightest bit of courtesy, his hand reached out to grab Zhou Mo's wrist. In his eyes, Qin Feng was merely a brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. To put it nicely, Qin Feng did not know fear and wanted to show off in front of beauty. To put it bluntly, Qin Feng was courting death. Since this was the case, Wu Sheng would fulfill his wish. However, before this, he had to first settle this little beauty down. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if she was taken away by someone in the chaos. Wu Sheng had such thoughts in his heart. However, just as his hand was about to land on the latter's wrist, he suddenly felt a vicious aura erupt beside him like a ferocious beast. Bang! A hand was extended with lightning-like speed and grabbed Wu Sheng's arm, after which he smashed it heavily onto the table. The entire table instantly cracked, and many cracks appeared. "You!" Wu Sheng was enraged as he let out a stern cry, after which he saw Qin Feng suddenly raise his head. Those pitch-black eyes, which were originally calm, were now filled with a ruthlessness that caused one to feel a chill. "I gave you face, but you refused." A somewhat sinister voice slowly sounded out from Qin Feng's mouth. Soon after, he waved his sleeve, and a wine jar soared into the air. Accompanied by a shocking force, it viciously smashed onto Wu Sheng's face under the shocked gazes of the surrounding crowd. Bang! The wine jug exploded, causing wine to splatter in all directions. The shattered fragments caused numerous bloody scars to appear on Wu Sheng's face, while the tyrannical wind caused him to be shaken to the point of taking a few steps back in a sorry state. In the pavilion, everyone's mouths parted as they looked at Wu Sheng, whose face was covered in blood and whose expression was distorted. It seemed that this young man was not a kind person. However, it was likely that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. The fragments of the shattered wine jar fell to the ground, as a clear sound echoed out in the pavilion, causing the hearts of several people to jump. Some of their gazes twitched as they looked at Wu Sheng, whose face was covered in blood, before looking at the young man, whose expression was so calm that it seemed as if he had done nothing. They secretly smacked their lips. This young man, who looked to be less than 20 years old, was also a vicious person. He did not show any mercy when he attacked. At this moment, Wu Sheng's face was a little distorted. Although his face was covered in blood, he did not suffer much damage. However, his appearance was really a little miserable. "Bastard, I will tear you apart today." Given his status, when had he ever received such treatment? Immediately, his eyes turned sinister, as the killing intent in his heart could no longer be controlled and gushed out like floodwaters. Bang! Chapter 546. Eighth on the ambitious person list for Wu Sheng to be able to climb to the 5th position on Sin City's potential list. It was obvious that he had real talent. Just from his aura alone, it was clear that he was far superior to ordinary half-step 9th stage Heavenly Realm Masters. Almost everyone who could enter the top 10 of the potential list had a record of defeating opponents of the same level, and at the hands of Wu Sheng, more than one half-step 9th stage Heavenly Realm Master had died. In Sin City, he wasn't considered a first-class master, but he was definitely not weak. His previous loss was obviously because he had been caught off guard. He hadn't expected that with his identity and status in Sin City, someone would dare to openly attack him. Moreover, the other party was a young brat. Being forced into such a sorry state by an ignorant brat made him feel extremely ashamed and angry. Wu Sheng stared at Qin Feng with a ferocious expression, spirit energy swirling around his body, releasing an oppressive aura as he said, "Little brat, I'll let you know that you can't afford to provoke me. I'll return those words to you." Qin Feng glanced at the distorted face of Wu Sheng. His expression was calm as he faintly said, "You will not be able to afford the price of angering me." Qin Feng really hated this person to the extreme. During this period of time, he was one of the most active people in searching for him and the big explosion. Therefore, Qin Feng didn't want to be lenient with this person. Originally, Qin Feng wanted to let him go, but this person didn't know what was good for him and had aroused the killing intent in his heart. "You don't know what's good for you." Although Qin Feng's voice was soft, it was clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone in the pavilion. Immediately, numerous gazes were filled with bewilderment as they stared at him. Originally, they felt that Wu Sheng was already arrogant and despotic. They did not expect that this young man was even more arrogant than him. Some of the people who had come to watch a good show turned their eyes towards Wu Sheng with gloating expressions. Due to Su Yan's support in Sin City, he was able to run amok without fear. Many people disliked him, but because of Su Yan's existence, many people who suffered losses in front of him could only sullenly endure it. Today, he had finally met someone who was even more arrogant than him. Being able to make Wu Sheng suffer was naturally something they were happy to see. They had some experience in Sin City. They knew that at any time, they couldn't judge a book by its cover. Although the young man in front of them was young, since he dared to act like this, he definitely had the confidence to compete with Wu Sheng. When he heard Qin Feng's words, Wu Sheng was initially stunned. Soon after, his distorted face slowly calmed down. He seriously stared at Qin Feng. The delicate and handsome face of the young man in front of him was as calm as an ancient well. There was no energy fluctuation around his body. However, there was an arrogant aura that was emitted from him that was difficult to ignore. Although Wu Sheng was arrogant and despotic, he wasn't stupid. The young man in front of him wasn't the kind of person who was fearless. That kind of person usually had a bit of immaturity and recklessness, but he couldn't feel it at all from the youth in front of him. If it wasn't for the fact that his face was too young, he would have thought that this calm young man was an old monster who had lived for decades. Wu Sheng finally started to take this seriously. He stared at Qin Feng and said seriously, "Kid, it seems like you're not an ordinary person, but I, Wu Sheng, am not that easy to bully. You have to give me an explanation for this matter." Hearing Wu Sheng's words, the surrounding people were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Since when did he learn to bow down to others? Qin Feng furrowed his brows and ignored him. His disregard caused the anger that Wu Sheng had just suppressed to surge up again. He said coldly, "Kid, don't think that you're invincible. There are many people here who can deal with you. You have to give me an explanation for this matter." Lifting his eyelids slightly, Qin Feng stared at Wu Sheng indifferently. After a while, he said softly, "Do you really think that I can't kill you? Kid, you..." Wu Sheng was just about to curse when he suddenly saw Qin Feng's eyes slightly narrowed. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. He couldn't help but shiver and swallow the words that he was about to say. "If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be able to withstand his second move." Qin Feng said indifferently with his hands in his sleeves. His voice was soft, but it contained a domineering and overbearing aura. This was his intention. towards these vicious and evil people who were covered in blood. If you showed even the slightest bit of weakness and cowardice, what you would receive would not be sympathy and pity, but an even more savage and cruel treatment towards these people. Only by being more ruthless, more arrogant, and more overbearing than them would they be afraid of you and not dare touch you. If Qin Feng had shown even the slightest bit of weakness earlier, the situation would have been completely different. The building was completely silent. Pairs of eyes stared unblinkingly at Qin Feng. The latter's expressionless face made them unable to see the depth of his thoughts. Some people were silent, while the majority who still had some thoughts in their hearts gradually dispelled those thoughts. Wu Sheng's face was ashen as he glared at Qin Feng. The other party's words did not even put him in his eyes, which was a huge blow to his self-esteem. However, the other party clearly had no fear, so he didn't dare to do anything for a while. He was in a dilemma. Haha, it's really lively here. In the quiet building, a chuckle suddenly sounded from above. Everyone raised their heads and saw a young figure slowly walking down the stairs. Oh my God, it's Zhou Ji, the 8th on the ambitious person list. Zhou Ji, he actually came. It said that this Zhou Ji is very close to Su Yi. I'm afraid that this young man is in trouble. Hearing the thumping footsteps, the people in the building suddenly became noisy, causing a commotion. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Zhou Ji. The ambitious person list and the potential list were two completely different lists. The so-called potential ranking, as the name implied, was just a general term for those with excellent talent and strength. However, the ambitious person ranking was different. Those fellows on this ranking had earned their fame by killing. Which one of them didn't have hands stained with blood? Their might was enough to shake a region. It was enough to make one's expression change. Being able to be on the potential list only meant that they had the chance to join the ambitious person list. In fact, there was still a big gap between them and those abnormal ambitious people. As for Zhou Ji, being able to be ranked 8th on a ruthless list was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. Seeing Zhou Ji's appearance, Wu Sheng was overjoyed. He quickly ran over, wiped the blood off his face, and smiled embarrassedly. Zhou de Ge. Zhou Ji looked at Wu Sheng's embarrassed face. He frowned, covered his nose, and waved his hand, indicating that he should stay away. Knowing that Zhou Ji was a clean freak, Wu Sheng quickly stepped back. His bowing and scraping appearance was a perfect henchman, without the slightest bit of arrogance from before. Zhou de Ge, I saw that these two people didn't look like locals. I was thinking, Wu Sheng complained while wiping the blood off his face. He recounted what happened just now, but the tone of his words had obviously changed. He said how he wanted to help them out of kindness, but they didn't put him in their eyes because of their superior strength. They even attacked him because he was disturbed. It had to be said that Wu Sheng's eloquence was indeed extraordinary. He spoke without any pause, and the people around him secretly gave him a thumbs up. Chapter 547. Dark Moon and Few Stars. Killing night. Looking at the apologetic Zhou Hen, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. A moment later, he faintly smiled. When dealing with annoying flies, just slap them away. If you slap them to death, you'll have to splash your own blood. It's not worth it. Friend, you're magnanimous. Zhou Ji smiled and cupped his hands. If the two of you don't mind, I'll be the host and personally apologize to the two of you. How about it? Qin Feng smiled faintly and said, No need. It's just a small matter. We still have things to do, so we won't stay any longer. If that's the case, I won't force you. Zhou Ji smiled warmly. He didn't say anything else and stepped aside. Seeing this, Qin Feng directly pulled Zhou Mo out of the restaurant. Looking at this scene, not to mention the others, even Wu Sheng was stunned. Why do you let them go just like that? Zhou de Ge. Wu Sheng walked over and viciously looked at the direction where Qin Feng had disappeared. He said to Zhou Ji, Why did you let them go just like that? That little girl. Shut up. Zhou Ji scolded in a low voice. He looked at the door. The warmth in his eyes had already disappeared. A calculating light flashed across his eyes. He didn't say anything and turned to go upstairs. Wusheng scratched his head in confusion. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly followed. The people in the loft stared blankly at the two of them. They were unable to react for a moment. Zhou Ji just let the two of them go like that. They knew very well what kind of person Zhou Ji was. He was a powerful existence, ranked 8th on the ambitious person list. He was extremely vicious and merciless. Since he was on good terms with Su Yu, and the latter's people had suffered a loss here, he had to help Su Yu regain some face. How could he let the two of them leave so easily? Some of the more astute people felt a chill run down their backs after pondering for a moment. It wasn't that Zhou Ji didn't want to take action, but he was afraid. He was afraid of that young man. This young man was not simple. The two of them left the restaurant. Zhou Mo looked at Qin Feng's indifferent face. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Why did you come out just now? Didn't you say you couldn't show any weakness to the people here? Only strength can make them fear you." Qin Feng paused and looked at Zhou Mo. He said softly, "This person is not simple. There's no need to interact with him." When Zhou Mo heard this, she was also shocked. She whispered, "Is this person very powerful? No wonder I couldn't see through him." Qin Feng had even killed a divine realm cultivator before. For him to admit that this person was powerful meant that this person was at least at this level. Qin Feng didn't answer. He just looked in the direction of the restaurant and slowly narrowed his eyes. "Although you are very strong, I advise you not to have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, I will let you have a taste of what death feels like." Whispering softly in his heart, Qin Feng pulled Zhou Mo and quickly disappeared into the crowd. In the room of the loft, the blood on Wu Sheng's face had been washed clean. Small streaks of blood were distributed on his face, making his relatively young face look somewhat sinister. "Big brother Zhou, are you going to let them go just like that? That chick is one of the best in our evil poison. Brother Suyu will definitely like her very much." Wu Sheng looked at Zhou Ji, who was resting with his eyes closed, and said in confusion. The Zhou Ji he knew was not the kind of person who would settle things peacefully. What was going on today? Zhou Ji ignored Wu Sheng's question. He didn't even raise his eyelids. Seeing him like this, Wu Sheng immediately became anxious and said, "Zhou de Ge, such a girl is hard to find even with a lantern. You can't just give up like this. They haven't gone far yet. We can definitely catch up." Zhou Ji raised his eyelids and glanced at Wu Sheng. He said indifferently, "Are you confident that you could defeat that kid?" Wu Sheng's words came to a halt. His face was a little red as he lowered his head in embarrassment. "If you can deal with them, you would have taken him down just now. Why would you need me?" Zhou Ji smiled disdainfully. Soon after, his expression turned serious. "That kid is not simple. Could it be that even Zhou de Ge can't deal with him?" Wu Sheng was shocked and asked softly. Hearing this, Zhou Ji smiled and shook his head. His long and narrow eyes were shining with confidence. He said, "Dealing with him may be a little troublesome, but it's not impossible. However, the key is that girl." "Her?" Wu Sheng was a little suspicious. "Is she an even more powerful character?" "Oh, she's just SOSO. At most, she can kill you with one slap." Wu Sheng was stunned. The expression on his face was quite interesting. This comparison was too hurtful. However, he didn't doubt Zhou Ji's words. At the same time, he was shocked. This man and woman were not old. He didn't expect them to be so fierce. When he thought that if Zhou Ji hadn't appeared, he felt a chill in his heart. Between these two people, the weaker one could kill him with one slap. Wasn't he looking for death by jumping there? Looking at the embarrassed Wu Sheng, Zhou Ji shook his head and said, "I'm not afraid of her. I'm afraid of her identity. Have you forgotten that girl?" Wu Sheng was taken aback. He stared straight at Zhou Hen, who had an extremely secretive expression on his face. Soon after, a devastatingly beautiful face surfaced in his mind. That curvaceous and voluptuous body, that tender and soft voice that melted into one's bones, a pair of long and narrow, beautiful eyes that captivated one's soul, as well as a cruel method that caused one's heart to turn cold. Just by thinking about that woman in his mind, Wu Sheng's face couldn't help but turn red. However, he quickly suppressed the dirty thoughts in his heart. That was an angel from hell. She wasn't someone people like them could casually blaspheme, let alone dare to do so. Seeing the change in Wu Sheng's expression, Zhou Ji smiled and said, "Thinking of that person?" Gulp. Wu Sheng swallowed hard and nodded. "Do you still want to fight?" Zhou Ji asked. Wu Sheng hurriedly shook his head. The dirty thoughts in his heart had long been thrown to the back of his mind. He swallowed his saliva with lingering fear. If Su Yi hadn't come forward to mediate, he didn't know how he would have died in the hands of that girl. That girl said long ago, "Don't do such despicable and dirty things under her eyes." Zhou Ji narrowed his eyes. There was a deep fear in his eyes as he said, "That girl, even Brother Su Yi has a headache. Otherwise, do you think that Ren Qi, with her ordinary talent, would be able to stay pure until now? This time, if you really brazenly harm that girl, I'm afraid that even Brother Su Yi won't be able to protect you." Wu Sheng felt a chill in his heart. Only now did he wake up. He had just walked around the gates of hell. Just as Zhou Ji said, if he really kidnapped that girl in front of everyone today, this matter would definitely spread to that girl's ears. At that time, even his brother Su Yi wouldn't be able to protect him. Are we just going to let that girl go like this? Wu Sheng asked unwillingly. Zhou Ji shook his head. He held the wine cup in his hand and swirled it. A sinister light flashed in his eyes as he said with a smile, "The reason why we can't touch Ren Qi, is because that girl clearly said that Ren Qi, will be her person in the future. With her words, even if there's a chance, Brother Su Yi won't do out of fear of her, but this woman is different." Zhou Ji smiled slightly, downed the wine in his cup, and said, "We can't do it openly, but we can do it secretly. Right now, Brother Su Yi is at the critical moment of his breakthrough. This girl is of the highest quality, and I believe that she will be of great help to Brother Su Yi's dual cultivation method. If we can capture her, maybe Brother Su Yi can take advantage of this opportunity to make another breakthrough. As long as Brother Su Yi successfully breaks through, he won't be as afraid of that woman as he is now." Zhou Ji smiled, but there was no warmth in his smile. Hearing that, Huang Hu's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, "Zhou De Ge, what do you mean?" Chapter 548. Night Attack in the Private Room. After Wu Sheng left, Zhou Ji had a faint smile on his face. This person is similar to the one wanted by the blood refining sect, but that woman is not a greenscale monster. Could it be someone else's helper? Zhou Ji held his wine glass. His long and narrow eyes were shining with a calculating light. "If it's really you, I really have to admire your courage. Purposely showing up in public will make people less suspicious of you." Zhou Ji's analysis was right. Qin Feng dared to show up with this mentality. Others did not know what he looked like, and they all thought that he must be hiding with a greenscale monster. In addition, Zhou Mo was with him. Naturally, no one would link him to the person who burned down the blood refining sect and kidnapped the greenscale monster. He did this to test the reaction of these people, to see if he could find an opportunity to create a topic to attract the attention of the people in this area. Now that the 8th person on the ambitious person list had been removed, Zhou Ji was also a big topic. But if it's not you, then who is that person? Did he kidnap the greenscale monster or save it? Zhou Ji's eyes flickered. Night fell, and darkness invaded the earth. It was silent, and only a faint crescent moon emitted a weak silver light that illuminated the earth. The moon was dark and the stars were sparse. It was the best time to kill. A faint murderous aura slowly permeated this corner of Sin City. Zhou Ji stood outside a slightly shabby inn with his hands behind his back. He asked Wu Sheng beside him, "Did you find out?" "Yes. Turn left on the 3rd floor, the 2 innermost rooms." Wu Sheng nodded and said in a low voice, "And I've already informed the owner of this place. As long as we don't cause too much of a commotion, they'll turn a blind eye." Zhou Ji nodded. He looked at the 3-story inn. Under the cover of the darkness, his expression could not be seen. However, his murderous intent could be clearly felt. "Do it." As soon as he finished speaking, four black shadows nimbly entered the inn. Then they carefully made their way up to the third floor and arrived at the two innermost rooms on the left. I'll deal with that brat. You guys go and catch that woman. Remember, be quiet. Zhou Ji reminded. Hee, of course. Wu Sheng let out a perverted laugh as he took out two black tubes from his bosom and said, just a little of this is enough to make them sleep for 4 to 5 hours. Zhou Ji looked at it and was slightly surprised. You're quite well prepared. That's right. That woman isn't easy to deal with. Besides, she's used to doing this kind of thing. She's experienced. Wu Sheng laughed as the perverted look in his eyes deepened. He licked his lips and said, when we used this thing to trick that chaste girl from the house of Bai, she slept for half a day without making a sound. If that woman didn't commit suicide later, I would have tricked her a few more times. That body, that face, it's really the best. That kind of ecstasy, I still can't forget it. Wu Sheng smacked his lips as if he had not had enough. Zhou De, why don't you try the power of this thing? Zhou Ji looked at him and was about to refuse when he suddenly shook his head. He took the tubes and sighed. I still want to try that brat's ability. However, the mission is more important. I'll let that brat take advantage of it. Right? Let me remind you guys. That girl belongs to Brother Suya. You guys better not have any dirty thoughts later. The purer the body, the more helpful it is for his dual cultivation method. Zhou Ji turned around and reminded them. It was also a warning. Wu Sheng and the others nodded with a serious expression. Even if they had the guts, they would not dare to touch Su Ye's woman. After separating from Wu Sheng and the others, Zhou Ji felt his way to Qin Feng's room. He picked up the tubes and used the sharp end to poke the oil paper on the window. Immediately, more than half of the tubes entered the room. He pointed his finger at the other end of the tubes and poured his spiritual energy into it. Suddenly, a large amount of white smoke flowed along the tubes and floated into the room. After doing all this, Zhou Ji waited outside for a while. He only moved when Wu Sheng nodded at him. He gently pushed the door open and entered the room. Looking at Zhou Ji entering the room, Wu Sheng did not hesitate. He said to the two people beside him, later, you guys better keep your hands to yourselves. This girl belongs to Brother Suya. As long as Brother Suya is happy this time, I guarantee that the two of you will be able to do whatever you want in Sin City in the future. Of course, how can we not listen to Brother Sheng's words? The two of them quickly laughed. Hearing this, Wu Sheng did not say anything else. He pushed the door open and entered the room with the two of them. The room was pitch black. Fortunately, Zhou Ji's strength was not weak. He could barely make out the decorations in the room. He glanced around and finally stopped at the slightly bulging quilt on the bed. He sneered and quickly gathered spiritual energy in his palm. Coming to the bed, Zhou Ji did not say anything. His palm was filled with ferocious strength and fiercely slammed down. When he touched it, he felt a soft sensation. He did not feel anything solid. Zhou Ji's face changed slightly. However, before he could react, an even more ferocious force attacked him from behind. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Zhou Ji was attacked. His face turned pale as he was pushed onto the bed by a huge force. The burning pain on his back made him grimace. I've been tricked. This was the first thought that flashed through Zhou Ji's mind. Just as this thought appeared, a quilt covered his body. At the same time, ferocious fists rained down on him. Each fist contained a considerable amount of ferocious force. Ah! Zhou Ji snorted. His spiritual energy surged and tore apart the quilt. He slammed his palm on the bed, shattering it into pieces. At the same time, he jumped up and reached out to grab the person who attacked him. However, before his hand could even touch the black shadow, an exceptionally terrifying force exploded in his chest, causing his body to tremble. After which, he flew backwards and crashed heavily into the wall. When he suppressed the tumbling blood in his body and raised his head, the person who attacked him had already disappeared without a trace. Qin Feng kicked Zhou Ji and did not stop at all. He quickly left the room, came to the door of the room with a big explosion, and kicked it open. He entered in a flash. Wu Sheng, who was carrying the big explosion, was stunned when someone suddenly barged in. He was about to say that Zhou Dege was really fast when a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. The black shadow raised his head, revealing a cold and emotionless face. "You are..." Wu Sheng was stunned. This face was so familiar, but why wasn't it Zhou Ji? In the next moment, Wu Sheng finally remembered the owner of this face. He was shocked. How did he appear here? However, he didn't have time to think so much at this time. He didn't even have the chance to speak. His chest hurt, and his body flew backward. Bang! Bang! After injuring Wu Sheng with one punch, Qin Feng sent the other two retreating with a few punches. He picked up the unconscious big exploding flower. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps outside. He frowned and went in instead of going out. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force shook open the window. Then, without thinking, he jumped down with big exploding flower in his arms. At this time, Wu Sheng and the others, who were stunned by the explosion, also came back to their senses. They looked at the gloomy Zhou Ji at the door and were stunned. Wu Sheng subconsciously asked, "Zhou Dege, what's going on?" Zhou Ji's fists were clenched so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. His face was so gloomy that it could drip water. He looked at the stunned people, and his lips squirmed, only spitting out a word that contained boundless killing intent. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.